Good morning. Vindy here with FuturestraderElite. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. Good morning. So, as you can see, let me wait till the stream refreshes and maybe gets everybody caught up. What we can see here. All right, so as you can see down here to the bottom side, right here we have some 5-minute and 1-minute imbalance looking for a pullback into there. Then we have our 15-minute imbalance down here from 482 to 493. At the open of the market here, I'm looking for a pullback to these imbalances is what I would like to see. But this kind of got bullish looking here in pre-market when they threw that leg into the upside. So if they try to run this up at the open of the market, I'm also going to be looking to short up into this overnight high area, possibly. I want to see what it looks like when it gets there, but I'm going to say, let's see here, something like something like that. Could possibly wick out and touch the overnight high. Got a lot of range in the market right here. Overnight. Overnight low is like 437. Overnight high 665. Morning remod, morning T. Remember, it is Friday, so let's see if they try to do some kind of, oh, you know, the Friday games that they like to play sometimes. Not sure. I just want to be aware of the zones on both sides of the fence here. You know, like if they pull back, what I want to look at. If they drive it up, what I want to look at in case I want to go short. And that's going to be my areas. You know, if they were to come down and break through these imbalances on the 1 and the 5-minute, and there's some on 1, 2, and 5 all have imbalance in the same area. If they can break it and don't look like they want to bounce, I want to see how they react at the 15-minute here. And then we got the 30-minute 50 EMA just under that. We got about like 7 minutes to go when the market opens, and the 1 and 2-minute, if they keep dropping right now, they're going to be ready to bounce it open. The 5-minute still has room to go down, and we still have, like I said, just over, well, about 6.5 minutes, I think. If they keep dropping this here the last few minutes before the bell, and we can get down into this area, then I think as soon as that bell hits, they're going to drive this market back to the upside. Just what I think I'm looking at and what I'm seeing. That don't mean that that's going to happen. Try to end this week on a good note, you know. Let's try to stay green, stay patient, stay disciplined. If they want to try to say, or to try to open the market and run out the 4-hour candle, then they're going to have to get down here to this overnight low line right here and run out, say, 430, break under 436 to sweep, if that's something they want to try to do. Hope everybody had a good day yesterday. I took that one last trade. I don't know who all was on all the way through the end, but I took a long play off a pullback yesterday. I think it was about 2:45 market time. Got us a pullback to the 300 area before power hour, and had my order set down there for 5 micros and pulled 100 plus points out of it, running into power hour, just over $1,000, locked on an eval. Really nice way to end the stream and the trading day. ATR right now, just before the market's around 6 or 7. Looking like we still have about 2.5 minutes or so to go. Hope everybody's got their trade plans put together, at least for the open of the market. Or maybe you just want to sit out the first 15 minutes, which I may do that as well. Nothing wrong with sitting and waiting. Waiting's part of the strategy. Let your setup come to you. Couple minutes to go here. Don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button on the stream before we get started. The faster we can run those likes up on the stream first thing in the morning, the better chances we have of getting it pushed out there better early in the New York Open to maybe grow the community. If we get back up to, let's say the overnight high, if we get back up into this box up here, the reason was put that up there is maybe a short possibility is because it's going to be tapping into a 15-minute and a 4-hour trend lines up there. Pretty close. They're pretty close together. I might need to double check that, but I know the 15's up there for sure. Well, yeah, and so is the 4-hour, yeah. 4 hours a little bit higher than the 15, but that's why. Like if we were to push up there and momentum was extended up here and look kind of weak on the momentum indicator, good possibility I would take a short, first reaction short play out of the trend line areas, plus it being the overnight high as confluence. Extended on the momentum would add confluence. So looks like we got about 5 seconds. Here we go. Ooh-wee, look at that. Almost touched the top side of that imbalance there. Almost. All right, looking like maybe they want to go test that high first. Man, are they going to push right through that pivot? Take first reaction up there just to see. Morning special K. We'll see. Well, maybe I should not do 5 and just do a couple since it's first reaction up there. It's going to be extended on momentum if they actually can push this, but they should have pushed it on this one and snagged it. You know, you want fast action, not this action, and then some type of slow grind. I want it, bam, smack it, suck back down, or push back down real fast. Wow. How close they got to my order and left me at the train station. It literally got within like 4 points of tagging the 15-minute overhead trend line. Oh no, I didn't change the order quantity. Oh well, it happens. I did not mean to get in that trade with 5. It threw my whole game plan off. That's okay. I closed out, locked in green. I'm fine. That all happened. I forgot I changed my order on screen to something and never changed my order quantity. Oh wow, look at that drop. Man, did anybody take that short out of that zone? It's everything I was just talking about for the market open. I chickened out and got out of it. Beautiful short play there. So now that they come up and tag that zone and almost tag that 15-minute trend line, almost, they barely missed it, which is fine. You know, I want to see if they're going to run it back now to the downside. You know, they got awfully close to that overnight high. Everything's extended. They could try to pull this down. See how bullish they want to be, you know? I'm going to go look at some of the other time frames here. Of course, we got some room on the momentum on the higher time frames to keep going up. But really, you would need to cool the lower time frames off a little bit. Nice. Peter T caught the short, plus 290. Special K caught the short. Got to trust them levels. I would have stayed in it, but it threw me off when I got in with 5 short. I wasn't trying to do that at that level. And so I said, well, I better just get out of it. That messed my whole game plan up. Which now they don't come all the way back. See if they can do a double tap on the trend line here. The trend line's actually about real close, just under the overnight high. It didn't quite tap it. It's awesome you guys locking in like that fast. You know, a lot of times we stay out of things first 15 minutes, but I guess not today. So our orb low, it looks like, is, what is that, 531, and the orb high is 658. So what, 120, 30 points inside the range so far. ATR is around 30. I think I'm going to sideline it for a second here and see how this plays out on this top, here. They're gonna go on and pull this down to the downside. They're gonna keep tapping the ceiling here until they break through. Crazy how they opened up, touched the top of my zones down here, and then ran straight to that zone. Crazy. Got about 200, almost 230 points of range. Well, 40, 50 inside the 4-hour candle that we're working on that closes in 22 minutes. ATR is around 32. Have to be safe. Overhead right now, what we see is previous all-time highs that were put in as we was working the highs in. So we got about 693-ish, 707, and 730. And these can act like resistance areas. I mean, they could reject out of here. So I don't know that I would be trying to short anything, though, just yet again. This is looking a little too bullish right out of the gate here, so maybe if you can get a quick scalp on a short, if you want to put up some risk on it. I'm going to stay out of it for now. $531 and 686, so 150, 60 points now in the orb, it looks like, give or take. Hey, what's going on, Micro? Morning. Started your first eval? Excellent. Hope you lock in that green on it today. I would not start out that way. I mean, every trader is different. I don't know how long you've been trading. I don't know exactly what your strat is you're using, your risk to reward and all that. But, just take your time, stay patient, trade your trade plans, and it's up to you as far as risk to reward and all that. And it depends on the day. Some days, just start out and just do trade normal, and lock it in. And then if, let's say we was in a bull trend and it was trending pretty good, and some days are like way easier to trade than others, especially when you get into some sort of trend and you think, well, I might be able to pass this today if it keeps trending like this, and your trade plan keeps hitting back to back to back. I would not full porter size up just to pass it, though. Wow, this is just isn't this something? What are they going to try to do? They're going for the all-time high. They are going for the all-time high. What was the all-time high? About 783. It's my top line there. Yep. Wow. See if we can get us a retest of this pre-market high down here. Oh, push. Y'all can come down there and retest that pre-market high. Push. Beautiful. Beautiful. They're getting there. See if they can actually tap at pre-market high. That might be all they get, and they might try to push this back up. Acting pretty bullish here, so could be the retest for a bounce, and then they curl this above the 50-yard line on the momentum. I think I accidentally moved my box, didn't I, when I was trying to move my order? How about I just take it off there, get it out of the way? And then I'll try to clean up these other boxes a little bit here. I'm gonna pull my excuse me, I'm gonna pull my 4-hour chart over here real quick. Let's look at this real fast. Remember the other day we was looking at this thing when we was putting in this and it was starting to look like a head and shoulder, and we was talking about how we need to save these levels right here. And look how they made that drop. We was in this that day, and look at that 4-hour chart, how they marched it right back up in a V, going for them all-time highs. It's an amazing looking chart. I guess maybe I need to look in here and I need to go in here and rotate. Micro, if you go up to your indicators up here, click your indicator tab over here. Scroll through these available up here. Bar timer is right here. You're going to click on bar timer. You're going to hit add down here in this box. First choose bar timer, then hit add, and it'll get put in here. And then in this column over here, you can adjust like where at on the chart that you want it. So, hey, morning swing. All right, I'm gonna I think I'm gonna rotate out of some counts here real quick. What do we got here? Do that. And make sure I get my stuff in my copier right. All right, let's see here. So they're going to try to walk it back up. You see, we didn't quite do a retest of the pre-market high, and they turned it anyway. The 15-minute orb is locked in, so we need to pay attention and be aware of that as well. If you're just coming into the stream and enjoying it, don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button on the stream. The faster we run them likes up in the morning, the better chance we have of growing the community early in the algo on YouTube. Much appreciated, and all the support. We're starting today at about 820 subs on the stream. Let's see if we can get to 825 while we're on stream. That way I can give away a copy of the Future Trader Blueprint book. We still hadn't gotten to the point where we could give that one away, landing the subs on the stream. And then let's give away the mindset book today. We still hadn't hit 25 likes on the stream for several days. So now on the 15-minute chart, they pushed down and closed under the trend line on the 15-minute candle that busted through it. Opened up the next one and they wicked above it, and now they're pushing it back down again. So be aware that we did get pushed back down and closed under the 15-minute trend line. And it did a retest on it. So that retest was right here around this overnight high. Be aware of that, but also be aware we could do a retest of the pre-market high right here, and it bounced, because you see the ones getting down there, but the 2 and the 5 minute have, well, don't let me lie to you, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. The 5 minute, yeah, the 2 and the 5 minute have quite a bit of room to the downside. So with that in mind, we got an ugly head and shoulder on the chart. Here's a left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You know, take your line, you know, say we're down here somewhere like that. If we break below, close around the 50 EMA on the 1 minute, they may push through the pre-market high and come test that orb low, possibly. Just depends on how they want to play the game today. Excuse me. Now that would about be your retest on the pre-market high. I mean, it's what, within a point or two? 4 points, it looks like. 3 or 4 points. I'm going to be looking for them to drain this on down into this area. You got the 5 minute 50 right here at the previous day high. I'd like to see them come on down some more. Possibly tag that area. Even retest the 15-minute 50 on the orb low here, because then that'd be an intraday double bottom right in the first half hour of the day. You know, they could come down here, turn around, and take it back up. They may retest the neckline on the head and shoulder there. and keep going. We'll see. Because there's the 2-minute and the 5-minute momentum indicators at the 50-yard line. They could bounce this here, tag that neckline, bring the 1 minute up a little bit to get it in line. They could bring it to the 50 on the 1 and then let them all 3 curl down at the same time. Or they can leave the 1 down here and let it cook in the oversold area while the 2 and 5 catch up, which 2 and 5 look like they need to get to the 15-minute 50 to me to be oversold. Anybody play the break of the head and shoulder on the 1 minute here to try to take it short? Or is anybody short from up here maybe? Overnight high? I believe I'm going to be looking at this area down here. Or at least waiting to see if they're going to come down there. Let me wait and see what kind of structure they want to build here. You know me, I'm going to have some JOMO. I'm going to have some JOMO for now. Not a bad area for them to be able to bounce it out of, because they did bring it back down into the liquidity shelf area here. Almost anything between this red line here and this yellow line. It's kind of like liquidity off of a 5-minute chart built into this indicator. I don't really use it a lot, but it does add confluence when they're close to other levels, especially because they do react to this red and yellow line quite often. I'm talking about the pale yellow line here. That bright yellow line is a previous all-time high. Still tagging the neckline. And then, you know, say 661, 661, somewhere in there. That would be them tagging the trend line again if they ran it back up there. So, say I'll put a line up there. It's around 660, 661. I'll just put it there. Of course, we got high of the day, lower high. You know, if they reject here, be lower high. We got lower low, lower low. They come on down here somewhere, which they have room to drain this off some more. Remod said, let's get it. Yeah, let's get it. It's Friday. We just need to be careful. It's Friday. We got to be careful every day, but you know how Fridays can be, so. I'm really liking the confluence of these imbalances down here where we, on the opening candle, we tag there. The orb low is there. The 15-minute 50 is there. The 5-minute imbalance and the 1-minute imbalance. It's a lot of confluence here. And if momentum is drained off on the 2 and 5-minute and it gets there, that's even better. It's good enough that I would set some orders there. For myself, anyway. But You have to trade your own plans and your own ideas around that. Don't follow what I'm doing. For educational purposes only. They don't necessarily even got to get there. I mean, they could get to the 5-minute 50, which is between the previous day high and the yellow liquidity shelf line there. So, I mean, and then we'd be putting in a higher low off the low of the day, you know, and could be setting this up to start running it up to the upside possibly. You got to think we're going to try to tackle the all-time high today, possibly, considering how close we are. Well, we was closer earlier. We're already down. What are we down? A lot. 717. We're 600 down 117 points right now. I guess it ain't that much. That's one candle for them sometimes. Hey T, you know what ETF spells backwards? It spells FTE investments. FuturestraderElite. That's funny. I like you're sitting on the hands. I'm gonna sit on my hands until we see a pullback down here further, or they build out some kind of other structure, you know. ATR is at that like 19, 20. We're not going to chase price around the chart. That's not what we do here. If we have any new members here, let us know in chat so we can welcome you to the community. Just make sure you smash that like button on the stream so we can get pushed out there further on the algo. Maybe they don't want to come all the way back down there. They are protecting pretty good at that level there. What do we have there? 593, 595. Look at this. Whoa. Uh-oh. Let me take my order off the chart real quick. ATR jumped up to 37. I don't know, there could be something in the news, and I ain't trying to. It is a whole hour, just hit 10 o'clock though. I don't want to get wrecked because of some kind of news thing happened, and then they blow through my order, you know, put me in a red real fast. So now I have to wait and see what this candle's about. That was kind of uncalled for, but they might just drop the ATR back to 19 or 20 and it not be nothing. Ooh, look at that wick went right to where my order was at. Oh, I probably should have left it there. Manipulation at its finest. Holy cow. Ain't no way. I don't think it would have got me. Oh, consumer report just come out, Peter said. Thanks for that, Peter. Yeah, if you ever watch them together swing, that's usually how it is. It's like back when we started putting in all-time highs, MNQ's high was well higher than NQ because of some kind of wick. They don't necessarily always tag the same price levels. if you watch them on a daily basis. You'll see some weird stuff going there. Well, I was liking this level, you know, that they want to come back down here and test, but I'm not liking the way they're getting there to do it. I didn't like the manipulation wick there. And I like where the momentum is on the 2 and 5. It's getting drained off, but it's when they start doing games like that, you got to be a little more careful with the levels that you was really watching. And like Peter said, the consumer report's out, so if maybe they go on and come further down than that level, you know. If they do, we have the 30-minute 50 sitting inside a 15-minute imbalance down here, which we'll have to pay attention to if they get down there. And then below that, we have pre-market low and overnight low. So we still have confluence levels down here. Or we just had to give it time to play out, you know. If they want to find a new low or put in another lower low, let's let them do it. Let's let them do what they want to do, and then we wait until they build off of the level and see what we got going on. Looking for a buy signal. Well, they're right into that. We'll see. Appreciate that, Remont. Yeah, let's look. 464. Where's that at? Way down here somewhere. Ooh, 64. Yep, I like it. I like it. I like it, T. I would like probably that 518 just because of all our imbalance right here, you know. There's 1, 2, and 5-minute imbalance all tied up into that. Should see some confluence there, you would think, in and around. But I want to wait. I want to see where we're at as well on momentum side of things. They're definitely getting it drained off. I'd prefer to see it fully drained off before we see any decent kind of bounce, you know. Wicked out and tapped about 510, it looks like. Be interesting here if they're going to try to turn this around out of there. They really need to close that candle down in this box. Yeah, I'm gonna just sit on my hands here for a minute. You know, if they could get this and close this back up above the 5-minute 50 or something. Well, this candle's about to close. They could push this one up and close it above the 5-minute 50. You know, I'd probably take a long out of here maybe if the rest of it looks like it's setting up. They get up here and can break this structure on the 1-minute little mini structure here. Start taking out these levels one at a time. Good job, T. Locking in, lock it in. I like it. Yeah, played out well. Played out very well. Push, 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 push. Push. You little scoundrel, you push. Come on, let's go. Crazy, crazy. Yes, I'll just take my one and see if I can. They're gonna push it. Come on, run it back. At least get it back to the pre-market high. All this room to expand to the upside, and that struggle's real on them. You can do it. Push. About coming up on 10:15 market time. You know, I want to see if they'll run it back up here to that R1 pivot, because they got plenty of room to expand if they would find the legs that the bulls would step in and push. But then they might try to run it up there and still put in a lower high. So nope, the no-go. That's okay. Looking pretty rough. Now, now seems like a perfect time for me to just sit on the sidelines. How's everyone doing so far? We're about 45 minutes into the market open. Is those that have traded so far today, how are you doing? Are you green? Hopefully nobody's chasing or getting chopped out. Like it. Jeff's green. T's green. I'm green. Who else is green? Hey, where was that candle when I was in it? That's the candle I wanted. Peter T's green. I like it. The greenery sure is nice around here. Remod's green. Good job, Remod. ATR sitting around 28. Little bit, little bit choppy. I don't like the price action off this drop here. You know, one thing's to be said, they didn't find what they was looking for. Otherwise, we wouldn't be where we're at. We'd be back up here breaking structure to the upside. That was a nice push down and a good push back out of the zone, but this is horrible price action. So one's to believe until they prove to us that they want to walk us up. I'm going to have to think that we're going to be draining off some more to the downside. The bulls have got to show that they care more than this, so the bears could be in control right here. And it being Friday, they did run it up and take out the overnight high. So even though we was close within striking distance of all-time high, it don't matter. They took out the overnight high, so they could drain it the rest of the day, and then possibly run it up, you know, later in the day or power hour. Yeah, you too, Peter. Have a great weekend, great holiday, great rest of your day. We'll see you on the next one. I'm probably going to stream on Monday and trade. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. But if you're subscribed to YouTube and got the notification set, you'll know. I'll more than likely be streaming in the morning on Monday. Unless something comes up over the weekend. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not liking none of this too much at all. ATR's just below 20, it looks like. All right, so this right here, this is a 4-hour zone precision entry zone down here, the pre-market low and overnight lows here. This is our line in the sand right here on this pullback. Excuse me. Yeah, that's our line in the sand. There's a good chance that if we were to lose that level right there, if we lose that level, there's a good chance that we could probably easily see 270 to 300 if we lose this level where these lows are at. And it could be fast and quick, possibly. Depending on, just depends on what they want to do. We got some things there. We got the 60-minute 50 down there, and we got the golden pivot there at 373, but I'm going to expect this area to hold if they get there, which it looks like they're going to. ATR is down to 17 or 18, slowly dropping to ATR. Could be a slow grind down into this area. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. Crazy. I'm just gonna stay on the sidelines and keep eyeballing and evaluating levels and situations here. If this being the line in the sand ordeal, if they get here, I mean, we're gonna be so well. That's the bigger problem is if we do get here on the lower time frames, we might be ready to bounce because of momentum. But then on the higher time frames, they still got enough room to just going down to some of them other levels I was just talking about if we broke it. So they tapped the top side of this 15-minute imbalance here. And a previous all-time highs right there. If they do keep popping, dropping this and slow grind this down, we got a 15-minute trend line that'll be running right around this golden pivot down here as well as confluence. So something to be paying attention to as well. If it takes them a little while, you know, if they work this chart to the right some more and get there. Right now the 15-minute is like 360s or something like that below it, but of course it's angling up, so we'll see if they get it there. Maybe if they do and they flush it on out to the downside, we might be able to find the bottom on the day. You know, I really doubt that this is the bottom on the day where we're at now, where it bounced, but then I'm not even sure that the down here at the overnight low would be if they keep dropping it. I think they'll have to flush that zone and get down in here somewhere. possibly even lower. You can see down here we got the some more 15-minute imbalance down here at 269, 295, and then we got a 4-hour precision entry zone there, 303 to 293. I was working on these charts down here early this morning. Special K was out here, and I was telling her where these were at because she's trading from work today, and she was marking them up on her chart, and she was like, "That's way down there." And now look at how the market's been acting since the market's been open. There's a good chance we get down there. It's definitely a possibility. Although when we had put it in, price was up in the 600, so it was way down there, and we're still close to 600, but it's nothing for MNQ to move 300, 400, 500 points in one direction and then get it all back in the same day, so, or even more. Don't forget to smash that like on the stream if you're liking them. Helps push them out there further on YouTube. Helps us grow the community. And if you're new here, let us know in chat so we can welcome you to the room. Smash that like and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Set them notifications, that way you know every time we go live. Breaking down these levels almost all day, every day. ATR saying it's around 21 now. I think we would see our best reaction to the upside if we could drop further down, you know. It's hard to expect much out of Friday, though, it seems like. Patience pays, though, not activity. So I have to wait. Just like yesterday. The very best trade I took was at the very end of the stream yesterday, right before power hour and into power hour. Sat there and watched paint dry 10 times over until that pullback came in finally. And then it paid. Paid to wait. Looking for one more trade. Yeah, you'll find it. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more actually on the day, even though it's Friday. It's just waiting for the right ones, really. ATR's down to 17. What are they trying to do here? I say we still got more downside coming, but maybe not. That's a great long right there, though, if anybody did grab that long out of this area down here. What is that, about 492? Yeah, it's a real nice trade. I'm working on a 100-point move right there on that little leg. Remods, and they took 500 to 550, got in on the bounce out of there. Nice, 500 to 550. Right in there around some little structure on the 1 minute. It's a nice trade, Remod. Beautiful 50 points. I don't know how much I trust this little rud here just yet, but Peter T posted in the Discord P&L. One trade, enough for a Friday. I'm done. 290.20. Well, nice little leg going on here. See if they reject out of that pre-market high though. What to do, what to do. Well, I can't get long because I missed a trade out of the zone down there when it tapped that imbalance on the 15. Now the momentum's extended, so I'm gonna have to wait until it pulls back or see if they want to do a pullback and drive it back up, or do we got more downside coming? Trying to go for a little base hit here, see if they want to reject out of that pre-market high. If not, I want to be out of the trade immediately, so place my stop just above it. Just like that. They want to keep continuing up. Excuse me. Like I said, a really wide W on the chart. Yeah. Hmm. I'm gonna wait and see what it does if they try to get up there and tap around that R1 pivot area. They might not be able to. Maybe I'll try. Maybe I'll try if they close this candle decent here. Again, on the short side. I'd rather wait until maybe I seen what they did at that pivot. Oh, but they might push it green. The 1 and the 2 minute are exhausted pretty good. 5 minute though has plenty of room to the upside. Thinking about trying to play first reaction short at the R1 pivot, say 632 area, and then set a stop just above structure there. Would be about 10 points. See if they tap it and push back since it's extended on momentum on the 1 and 2. Or maybe I just sit out on the sidelines and wait. Maybe that's the better plan. Considering I tried to short the pre-market high right there already, and they tagged me out once. ATR is down around 14 or so. I don't know. It might not be a good idea there. Nice little slow grind that they did here. You might have something brewing, T. What you brewing? Some tea? The high of the day? not real volatile this morning. It ATR is down a lot compared to what it's been this time of day for last week. Oh, yeah. If we have any new members with us today, let us know in chat. Don't forget to smack that like button on the stream. Help push it out there further if you're enjoying the streams. Yeah, we might have. It was hard to think that that was going to be where it is. You know what I'm saying? Seemed like they would have wanted to pull it on down some more to find something better there, but it is Friday, so looking to hopefully maybe get some rejection out of here. Maybe get me a base hit, you know. Maybe even get me back, even if it's just a break even. I'm not down a whole lot, but maybe I can get back to break even. ATR is like 12 or 13. On the higher time frame, it is T. Especially if we stay above that one level we was looking at earlier. This one down here where the pre-market low and stuff is, if we stay above that today, now on the higher time frame, if it takes that out, then that's something else to be said about that. But come on, push. Get old Vindy back in the break-even zone. Oh, no. Probably should have just left my stop up there where I had it. Maybe not though. I don't know. I don't trust what it's doing, so then again, if that was the low that they put in, we could get right now I think the 5-minute chart looks pretty good. Coming off of that low it does, but this line right up here that I put on earlier, this horizontal line around 660 is a 15-minute trend line that it's still not been able to close above on the 15-minute. It went above it quite a bit, but then it ended up closing under. It's been above it twice, but ends up closing under it. So he said there's no divergence and all bullish indications. I'm gonna have to imagine that I'm gonna have to wait and see if there's some kind of bigger move to the downside, or whether they want to do that to get long in, or push it on up. I just can't be doing nothing with the price action that's on the chart. Yeah, absolutely. Looking for the entry. Looking for the entry. Holding price action pretty steady up here while they're draining the momentum off on the 1 minute. Got some 5-minute imbalance there. Maybe they come tag the 5-minute 50 or sweep it or something, maybe right here to drain off the momentum some if they want to keep going higher. Being Friday, I just don't know how much I trust anything they're going to do. Really going to have to see a whole lot of things line up together, I think, to make it even worthwhile. Getting close to the 11 o'clock market time, whole hour. Yeah, need to be some manipulation about now. Like nice manipulation of the downside if they want to drive us up. There's like 162 points in the 4-hour candle we're putting in, and most of that is a wick to the downside. Hmm, 15-minute chart looks really ugly. Like, what do, you know? You got to wait patiently. That's what it is. You got to wait patiently. Nice manipulation down into that zone down there where the 5-minute 50 is would be nice. Don't forget to smash that like button on the stream. We just need, I think, 11 more likes, and we'll give a copy of the Trader Mindset book out to someone in chat. If we have anybody new in chat, let us know so we can welcome you to the room. Oh, what a day. ATR is just under 10, or just over 10 back and forth. They're bouncing into that 15-minute trend line up here overhead trend line at this level. Micro, how are you doing today? You started that eval today. Are you green? Doing good in it? Nice. Good job, Micro. Like it. Slow and steady wins the race. I like it. Ain't much I can do with this slow grind, and they're just cooking it up here, you know. The wait and see game for sure. The wait and see game. I done tried to short it once or twice on exhaustion and it didn't work out, so I might have to see a nice pullback to get long in. It didn't really look like it was worth buying when it got down here and bounced down here off this 15-minute imbalance here around that 30-minute 50. But that would have been the place to go. Or when it took out structure here on the 1 minute, the mini structure, and let it keep out taking. The further it keeps coming, it keeps taking structure out on the higher time frames. Whether it be, you know, first it's the 1 minute, then you get on up here, you take it out on the 5, 15-minute, you know, and so on and so on. So man, what are they doing? Something don't smell right with this. Looking to see if I can get a little retest of that overnight high area here to see if they're going to do a small little pullback here and try and keep it within the 8 and 21 EMA and then drive it back up here to the high on the day. And then if they do and do like a double tap there on the high of the day and then do a decent pullback, maybe they want to push for all-time highs, you know. Hard to say, being Friday. Tried to get in, but I can't even get in there. They don't want to pull it back enough to let anybody in. And then if people are chasing, they're going to have to be scalping. More imbalance on the 5-minute chart right there. Let me go double check that, make sure it's right. Yeah, it's about right there. A little bit of imbalance there on the 5. Which seems about like the only kind of pullback we can get in this market. Yeah. We need it. We need it. We need it micro for sure. But who knows? Who knows? When we say bigger pullback, we have to determine what kind of bigger pullback. You know, what are they really willing to give up on this drive, and then we got to be certain that that's all it is, a bigger pullback. Because for right now, all I see is a lower high being put in if they reject after that leg. Got to see them do a decent sized pullback and then bounce, like prove to us that that's all you want to do is pull back. My look is they pull back, I get in it, and then it keeps on going down. Have to wait for enough variables to line up, really, probably. Or the right kind of manipulation or something. They really want me to get excited about getting in it long. They need to pull it back. A good pullback to me is going to be way down here somewhere. I just don't know if we can get something like that. at the rate they're trading, they're not going to. It'd have to be some volatility come into it to drive it down there pretty fast. Or it could even possibly be in this little shelf that they built right in here. You know, possibility because they've been good this week about their pullbacks landing within them shelves or them flags that they build. They'll build a flag, pull back into a flag, and keep going. But we'll see. It's kind of like up here. This is the pullback you're going to get. And this one down here is the pullback you want to get. And the one in the middle is just what you got to, y'all got to come together in the middle and agree. This is the only one they're going to want to give. And this is the one you want. So maybe you get the one in the middle. Maybe the market and us retail traders can agree on the middle zone. I want a good pullback. I want to drop at least 100 points or better if we can. And I want it to do that within minutes, you know, not over the course of 30 minutes to an hour. I want it to happen fast. The faster it happens, the better the reaction is if it's going to bounce. Oh, what is it going to do, everyone? What is it going to do? Just going to keep slow grinding, I guess. Hate the slow grinds. Hard to trade for anybody, really, Swain. Well, I mean, the ATR's at like 7 this time of day. Well, we're used to all the volatility we've been having here lately, too. And high ATRs, but well, we just have to adjust today. You know, that's part of it. We have to adjust our trade plans and our trading to what the market is. You have to almost look at it like this. Like T said, Jomo, it's Friday. If you've had a green week, there's no reason to be giving anything back now on Friday. No reason to force anything. There's, if you ever say, well, I have to take a trade today, well, then you probably need to shut the computer off and walk away. You should never come into the market saying, I have to take at least one trade today. I have to do something. No, you don't have to do something. What you need to do is protect your account and come back and do something when it's worth doing and not forcing anything. Morning silent. I mean, I tested the waters trying to take a couple shorts on how exhausted the momentum is, and they just been cooking it up there. Look at the 1 minute bottom of my screen, just riding along that overbought line. Good job, Silent. Lock in that green. If they're going to keep this up as far as price action, then I won't trade again today. I just have to be what it is. But I'm sure that if I be patient enough, that there is going to be some sort of manipulation that's going to come along, and it's going to be our opportunity. So really, we just have to be ready and not hesitate when it's time. You know. And when markets are slow grinding like this and ATR is low and you're not liking the price action because it seems off, then it's easy to be hesitant when it's time to pull the trigger, you know. Say that they drop down right now to our middle zone around where the R1 pivot is. It'd be kind of easy to hesitate depending on how it got there. If they hesitate down, slow grind it down there, then absolutely I don't really want it. I want them to get to my zone yesterday, not 3 hours from now. Yeah, that 580 level down there does look real good down in that other imbalance. Now, if they could get down there within the next 5 minutes, I'd like it even better. Yep. State championship week. All right, so we're having a little pullback. Is this going to be the little pullback that we get that they're only going to let us have? When the ATR is low like it is, them are the type of days that kind of scare me because with low ATR, they could get down here and they have all that room to the downside, and then they just put in death candle, and you're like, oh man. See, they got the 1 minute almost down there with that little bitty drop. The 1 minute's almost done. But the 2 and the 5 minute have all the room in the world to get way down here somewhere. Maybe we can get us some real manipulation here to the downside. Would be nice if they'd quit playing games. If we got any new people in the room today, let us know in chat so we can welcome you to the room. And don't forget to smash that like button on the stream. We get to 25 likes, I'm going to give away a copy of the Trader Mindset book to someone in chat. For every 5 subs we land while we're on stream, I'll give away a copy of the Futures Trader Blueprint book. Look. We was talking earlier. This is the one they're going to give us. And the one at the bottom is the one that we want. Maybe we can meet in the middle. Can they give us the one in the middle at least? Man. Dang, they're playing too much. One tick from getting you, huh? One tick. Now question is, are they going to push out of here? No reason to be that way, Silent. You had a really nice run there. Really, really nice run. Guess I'll be sitting on the sideline still. I'm not, can't do nothing with this. That's not manipulation. Manipulation would be getting it back down to 580 area. This 5 minute imbalance down here. Get it back down there. 565 to 585. Maybe if you get it here in this middle zone, 615 to really about 630. Maybe. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to watch it fly away. Fly far, far away. Far, far away. Oh. Hmm. tripped over something about knocked myself out. Bond said, and he's gone. Fly. Open them wings and fly like a butterfly. Gonna be gone without me, I guess. Typical. I'm okay with that though, because that's what they wanted. That's what the market wanted to give us. That's not what I want. That's not in my plan. At least not no plan I have right now. But if they want to drive it on up, if they want to take out the high of the day here and drive it on up, and then maybe come back and test down back in this area, maybe. But when you're right here and this is all you want to give me to get in, I'm good. I want this at the bottom. I mean, yeah, could have took it, yeah. Would have been a nice what if you would have took the tap of that zone and 670. I mean, what, 30 points? That's a good scalp for sure. Nice base hit. That's not part of the plan. At least not my plan, not T's plan either. We looking for something better. We're on the hunt. We're on that Friday hunt. And whatever this is they're doing, no. It's not part of the game plan. And some of my game plan might end up being, hey, no trades today, or no more trades today anyway. And I'm not scared to lock down my $18.50 in the red. That's way better than $1,850. Nope, Special K's on. She's behaving. That's nice. That's a good thing. Are you in the green, Special K? Little bit in both. I'm a little bit in the red. Sure hope I don't go on tilt. I'm about to full port this short right here. I'm just kidding. I'm not full porting nothing. Hey, y'all let me know in chat if, like, I think somebody had brought up something yesterday about background music, and I'd been thinking about doing something like that. Let me know in chat if you would like something like that. Maybe when things get a little quiet, maybe there's just a little soothing, relaxing background music while we meditate and wait for our trade plans to come together. If so, I might try to set something up like that over the weekend and test it out next week. Or I mean, and that is unless y'all just want me to sing, you know. I can do that too. You might not like it, but swings up for anything. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I like quiet. Like I said, a lot of times I'll have a radio playing in the background here that I can hear. Special K says absolutely not. You don't want me to sing, Special K? What's what you get for your birthday coming up? I'm gonna sing for you. Serenade. Oh yeah. I'm sure she does. I do dance. I don't know if my bad hip will let me dance. Do I gotta wear my birthday suit? She said yes, dance. I'm allowed to dance, but I'm not allowed to sing. So I just carry a boombox on my shoulder. That's funny. All right then, swing. Vaughn said low key instrumental. Yeah, that's something I would do. Yep. Yep. That would definitely be inside my wheelhouse, probably. Chopping us around, not doing much. Now, don't be out there, everyone, being one of those traders who's trying to trade long and short using the same prop firm and then get canceled by them because you're not allowed to do that. And that's not really trading anyway. So yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, micro. Hedge. Yeah, I couldn't think of the word. Thank you for that. It was there in my tip of my tongue, but I couldn't think of what that word I was looking for. Um, I'm trying to do too many things at one time right now. You know, I'm like on Amazon looking for some chaps. So yeah, yeah, I didn't mean that. So I'm glad you asked the question, micro. You can do whatever you want with it, just not at the same time. Oh, is this fun or what? That candle was moving so slow, I just thought that my screen was frozen. Let's get these likes run up to about 25 on the stream so I can give away a copy of this mindset book while we ain't doing anything else. Oh my gosh, what a slow grind. Ugh. They need to come on. I need to take at least one more trade so I can get break even. This is one of them situations where someone who won't accept a loss or being in the red, say I'm $18.50 in the red, $18.50. Say I'm so mad about that I have to force a trade to get my $18.50 back. And then why I do that, somehow I end up blowing the account. Then how awful do you feel? Because you couldn't accept being in the red, you end up losing your account by forcing trades. We've all been there. And if you hadn't, given enough time, because you will be there. Even the best traders, the best of the best, no matter how much control you have over your emotions and the psychology part of everything, the best of the best still have their days. It's just, it's nature, you know. And it could be anything that triggers something, you know. Maybe you shouldn't even been trading that day because something else was going on in your life, and you traded anyway, and then that trickled over into your trading session. And yeah, it's 2,500 is the drawdown. If you're on a Bullinox account, it's 2,500. Uh, and let's say that let's say this is your first day trading it, and you run it up to 52,000. And then you go red 2,500 from there, it's gonna bust. So if you get whatever that is, 49,500 or whatever. But then the 2,600 comes into play on the funded account. That's the buffer you have to put in. You have to put in your drawdown plus $100. That's with any prop firm. You have to put in whatever your drawdown is plus 100. At least almost every one of them I've ever traded. Unless you get something like a straight to funded account with somebody. I don't think it's like, I can't remember because I've had some of those before, but yeah, that's it. Micro. And they'll adjust all that inside the dashboard at the end of the day. You can go in there and it'll tell you what your max loss will be and everything. They'll chart it and everything. It's not as fancy as Tradeify is and some of the others, but it's easy. It's basic. I like basic. I try not to overcomplicate life in trading and everything else. Sometimes everybody tries to overcomplicate something, and that's the number one problem. They need to get out of their own way. Not should be end of the day. Wow, this is really boring. Oh yeah, come on. Nine more likes. 9 more likes on the stream. We'll get to give the mindset book to someone in chat. Who would like to have the mindset book? Remod, you'd like to have the mindset book? ATR is around 7.5, 8. We're just killing it here today, ain't we? Why would they end Friday like this? They get back up here close to that high and just do nothing. They're trying to make us retail traders overtrade. They're trying to get you to take trades you don't need to be taking. Funny enough, there's people out there that are doing that exact thing right now. Trust me, I used to be one of them. And any scalper's doing that. Day after Memorial Day, jumped to 30K. Hey, you never really know. I mean, it's a possibility. It is a possibility. Especially if they ended today kind of crazy. Say they did end up driving the market up today and put in a new all-time high. Tired of getting trapped too. It's about 11:45 market time, and almost starting to feel like bedtime. What do you want, baby? You want that? So I can open the door. Oh, horse. Let the horses out to go tramp on the mud. Come on, manipulate, manipulate. Here they are coming back in the retest the zone that they want you to take. That's what they want you to take. This middle zone might be where we compromise, but this bottom zone is what we want, or I want anyway. At least I want them to come there and let me see what it looks like when it gets there. All right, Micro, have a great weekend, great holiday. We'll see you on the next one. Good job locking that green in today. If you're in Discord, make sure you share in the Discord P&L. Helps the whole community out. The more people that are active over there sharing. Sharing is caring. Oh yeah, come on, keep on coming down. So the 1 and 2 minute are getting to be exhausted here in this little zone though, so maybe it's the one they want us to take. But I'm not taking it. Look at that. Look at that. What are they going to bounce it out of there? It's just not it's not good for us that want a long. Can't be getting long up there. Trying to lure everybody in and get long up there so they can probably manipulate it to the downside. Where the big boys want in at. Big money. Sitting at the pretty close to the top side of the 4-hour candle, so seeing some nice stuff pullback will be nice. ATR still down around 10. I'm going to keep it in this zone up here. And we're not too far off from coming up on 12 o'clock market time, so if we do get some manipulation to the downside, say some nice manipulation, get a nice drop, say 100 points or better, is going to be the opportunity I'm looking for to try to catch something for a run back up into a power hour or something. Good job, Swain. I thought about taking one long out of that pullback there just to get me back into break even or green, but it ain't that serious to me right now. I don't care about that. I just care about a decent pullback. Let's go. Excuse me. ATR sitting around 11. Good job, Swain. I'm green across 5, red and 1, and I'm trading both evals and funded. The one I'm in now is funded. It's red. Oh man, I'm gonna lose it. I didn't realize that. Oh, I better not tilt. Oh well. Well, ain't we just having fun with this? We really ain't no reason to talk about any kind of levels to trade, considering it don't want to go anywhere. ATR is just average true range, like how many ticks in a time frame. And I watch it on the 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, and 15 minute. The higher the ATR is on the 1 minute, the more volatile it is. You know, like say the ATR this past week on several days, like even right now it's 12 o'clock market time. I think it was yesterday or the day before, the ATR in the 1 minute was like between 30 and 40. A lot more volatility. It's going to move further, but you might want to size down or adjust your risk because the chart's moving a lot faster. Say back here on the chart, back here in this area, when we took this bounce, back here, the ATR was really slow. And when ATR say between 8 on the 1 minute and maybe let's say 12 to 15 back and forth, you get that slow grind and it's a little easier to trade because it's not as volatile. But then let's say over here where we're at now, let's say they put in a death candle, red candle. They could jump, right now the ATR is at 15. They could make the ATR go from 15 to 45 by throwing in a death candle. And then if they throw in another one and the ATR stays up high, it becomes, has a lot more volatility coming into the market. And you can get faster moves. You know, if they put a death candle in right now to this bottom zone where the 15-minute 50 is, you have a better chance of getting a V-shaped recovery, a faster recovery. But then if they slow grind from where price action is now with a low ATR, and they keep on and keep on and keep on, and they get down to this zone, and it looks like it should be time to buy, well, the fact that it took them 30 minutes to get there, real slow, they could get here and you think it's a buying opportunity, and then they throw in another huge red candle to the downside with a low ATR. Now, I'm not saying they can't do that with a high ATR. When it's volatile, they could throw a death candle in, get down here, and then throw another one in just as well. But that's why you need to wait and see how it reacts and not just automatically buy because it got there so fast. Does that help, Bond? In normal trading conditions, you know, I would like the ATR probably to be somewhere between 15 and 25 maybe for a decent trading day. Sometimes, you know, 12 to 20 is pretty good, but it gets under 10. Sometimes 12 and under, 10, definitely under 10. If you ever trade the evening session, the ATR over the evening session can get to be about like gold. You might get down around 2 or 3 on the ATR. I mean, it's literally moving so slow, snail's pace. And you really have to be careful with that because, you know, you can have a volatile market in the New York session, which is one thing. But when you're trading in the overnight session and the ATR is at 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, even 6, and everything's looking good, out of nowhere, they'll throw in these crazy candles. It could be to the upside or the downside that will blow you out of the water really fast if your size too big or if you don't have a stop in place. And even speaking about stops, because it happened to me last week, I was in a trade in a funded account in the green, and I had 2 cons left, and I had stops in place in the green, and I caught a death candle out of nowhere, and somehow my trade closed 300 in a red. So stops aren't always going to protect the way you think they're going to protect when you get some sort of manipulation candle. I don't say it happens often, but it has happened to me before. But it don't happen often. To where you get the candle and then it throws the price out of whack like that. Because I was shocked when it calculated and when it was closed. And I just spit out what the ATR is throughout the day. That way, if people ain't watching it or know where it's at, you know. I guess if you want to kind of take it a step further with that, when you hear the numbers being thrown out, so say I say that the ATR is at 12. When I throw it out there, I'm always talking about what it's doing on the 1 minute. So say it's at 12, you got what is that? How many ticks is in a point on NQ4? So it's saying it's only moving 3 points in 1 minute at a time. And so the higher that number is, you know, is breaking down how many points it's moving in 1 minute. It's just in ticks. And then one could think if things were looking kind of nasty, like we've been in this sideways range, and we know that it's only moving 2 or 3 points most every minute, then why would we even be trading? I mean, I'm not trying to make 2 or 3 points in 1 minute, you know? It's like agonizing pain just watching it move as slow and sideways in the middle of the day. Come on and throw some manipulation to the downside. It's questionable that it's been trading this long sideways up here in this range and not even tried to go back towards the high of the day. And it being Friday kind of makes me think they're playing too many games. For all I know, they could throw manipulation candle in and me think it's manipulation and they take this down the rest of the day. It wouldn't be the first Friday they've done something like that. And then end the day down 600 points from where we're at now. That is a possibility because it's NQ. And at any given moment, there could be some kind of news that comes out that helps force it that way. We have any new members on the stream with us today, let us know in chat so we can welcome you to the community. Don't forget to smash that like button on the stream. Help push it out there further. We need 9 more likes, and we'll do the mindset book giveaway to someone in chat. Like maybe somebody posted, maybe in Discord. No, must be somebody else's. Merlin posted in the Discord. He's usually in chat with us. He posted in Discord late, or not late, but yesterday evening with a updated, I guess. He come back and traded some more and doubled it. He was at like 861. Well, close enough. He was at 861 and ended up closing out with 1,484. And then Lemon posted early this morning as well. I hadn't seen them in chat today, but they locked in 1,700 something. And of course, Peter T. I think he's already gone for the day. With 290 this morning, one trade, said one and done. Headed out for the weekend. It's discipline. The one and dones and lock it in and then log out and be done. The weekend's here. Enjoy it. And miss the misery of sitting through this going on the chart. Yep. I agree, Bon. And the one and dones are good on your commission fees. I had a couple days here this week where I locked in some base hits over $200, and my commission fees were like less than $5. So I'm glad I didn't keep trading them, and that's why you should lock it green in and protect it. Because one, you risk giving it back, and then if you give it back and then keep trading that same account, or try to say you give it back, you try to get it back, and start over trading or taking too many trades just to get back break even or get it back to where you was at green. By the time it all tallies up at the end of the day, there's no telling what your commission's going to be, when you would have been better off just locking it down on the first go round, paying the $4 or $5 or $3 in commission fees, than to losing it, getting it back, and commission fees going all, could end up being $50, $70, $80 maybe. I don't know. Just depends on what it took to get the trade back, Special K posted in the P&L. She's locked in some nice base hits, 113, 193, and 225 across the board. Oh yeah, manipulate. Yeah, manipulate. Come on. Keep on driving it down. Yeah, Bond is right. And then just, yeah, one and done, walk away, and go live life. Do other things that need to be done. Come on. Is that all they're going to, they come back into that zone, get a little bit lower this time. I want to see something real. Show me something. That helped the ATR a little bit. Well, it jumped up to 16. Now it's back down to 11. I guess we'll see where they take it from there. Well, it's been a day. They need to come on and draw that on down some more. Melinda's saying that bounce came off 50% fib back here where we bounced right here. Thanks, Melinda. Well, you know, I'd be interested to see what it looks like around the 5-minute 50. We still have room for expansion to the downside on the 1, 2, and 5 minute. I still cannot get behind. I cannot get behind trying to get long here or thinking we're doing anything, because right now all this looks like is a slow grind to the downside. They want me to put a little bit of risk on the table. They're going to have to pull this back and pull it back fast. If they get down here to this 5-minute 50 at 12:30, that's not going to work for me. That's 20 minutes from now. I want it to be there right now, and then see what it's going to do. It's going to slow grind down here with a low ATR, and then it ain't even worth trading. Even better if they can come on down some more. Like, remember, this is the market's level. This is what they wanted us to take. This is what we want. We want this level. Or at least I want this level. Retail. Me as a retail trader, I want this level. And then I want to see what it looks like. But this is the in between. We might have to meet them in the middle here. And maybe this is the level. We put a flagpole in and build a flag here, a little shelf. You know, they could come down and retest this shelf and want to protect that area and say, well, this is what you're going to get. You can agree and get in long here because we're going to run this back up. Or they can get here and you can say, I don't like it. They leave you behind. Or they can get here and we get in it because it looks like it looks good, and then it goes down here. You have to pick your battles, you know. What fits your style and your strat and your trade plan in the whole nine with all that. I'll take a long out of here, depending on what it looks like. But now that the ATR is back down around 10 or 11, I need to see one solid red candle smack this zone. I don't need to see another 15 candles get put in here chopping around and then touch it. One candle, one reaction, and then we can build out of that if it looks like it's good. So it looks like on Monday morning, the market's going to close at 1 p.m. Eastern. Oh yeah, I'll probably, if I don't think I'll probably stream Monday morning for that, more than likely. If we have any new members with us today, let us know in chat so we can welcome you to the community. We get to 25 likes on the stream today, then we'll give away a copy of the Trader Mindset book. We still need like 8 more likes to get there. We can do it. We can do it. This little bounce that they're trying to do now here, that's what we want to happen down here. Smack this box. Start building it out. With the momentum drained to the downside. See, the momentum done bounced. Never even got all the way cooked to the oversold on the 1 or 2. And the 5 minute still has plenty of room to the downside. Well, not plenty, but it's got enough room to get to this medium ground between retail and market, you know. It's Friday, though. Should we trust them if we get down here? Probably not. Should we trust it if it gets down here? It's leaning in our favor a little better if we get down here for the long. We're still a long ways away from the line in the sand on the day, which is down here. I'd even be willing. I mean, if they did, I wouldn't be scared if they try to manipulate it down to here, because this is a line in the sand. You know, if they got down here fast, ooh man, yeah, I'd be all over that. But I don't think it would ever get there fast. There's too much going on before that for it to bounce and retrace and do the same thing over and over. But they didn't even feel this imbalance when they came down here. We got this 15-minute imbalance, bullish imbalance here, and they come tap the top of it and got that big drive out of there. Didn't even take any of it, just touched the top of it. But sometimes that's how it goes, you know. It really didn't look that good back there. When it got there, it didn't look like it didn't look that good. If it looked that good, then I know some of us would have been in that long, but it seemed like we would have got more to the downside back there, and we didn't. And we've been struggling to get anything to the downside ever since, so that could have been a one and done situation back there, like That's what you're getting on Friday. They might be trying to trap people by pulling this back and then actually have no intention on running it back. So you just have to be, you know, play it safe. Play it safe. ATR still only sitting around 12, you know. Like, what is that? I'm trying to actually trade today, not watch it do all this. But waiting is part of the strategy. Every day, waiting is part of the strategy. Patience pays, not activity. While we might be sitting around waiting and not taking any trades, we're sitting in pretty much nothing but green. Whereas people that are being active and giving the market too much activity are getting chopped up, chopped out, and blown. That's the difference between being patient and disciplined and being undisciplined. People are upset, they're in the red, and they're probably trying to force trades that's getting them nowhere but deeper in the hole. Instead of just sitting back, relaxing, you know, or instead of scrolling through YouTube and finding a stream to watch that can help them stay disciplined. Look at this miniature W right here. Think that could be anything? Doubtful. Doubt it. But you never know. Never know. Today's not the day right now, or at least not to be looking at patterns like that and stuff. Not in this type of market condition. Got to stick to the plan. We either meet in the middle. Or they come on down and give us some more to the downside. That's right, Swang. No setup, no trade. Discipline. And even if it does get down here, I don't know that I want to take the middle ground because nobody's stepping in. You know, if the ATR stays low and nobody's stepping in, then I don't want to step in either, you know. But I'm almost certain if we get manipulation down to here and it's fast, we'll see some people stepping in here and maybe get a nice drive out of there. Maybe. We might not even get another trade today. I don't know. Well, all I can do is keep calling it the way I see it. The way I see it shaping up and forming up, you know. That's about all I can do. I mean, the 5-minute chart don't look very good at all. No, I'm sure that the 15-minute probably don't either. I guess it could look worse. The 15-minute don't look good, but it could look worse. I'll leave it at that. Been a day, for sure. If anybody has any questions, just throw them in the chat. If there's any new members here, welcome to the community. Pretty slow today, pretty slow. How it is sometimes. How it is. Hmm. We want some manipulation to the downside and watch them throw in some type of manipulation to the upside. Always doing the complete opposite. That's all right. There's 7 more likes on the stream for the giveaway of the mindset book. Yep, Fremont. Very slow, very slow. Hopefully our patience will pay off in the end. If it don't pay off today, at least you protected your account so that it could pay off on Monday or Tuesday. It's that bug in everybody's ear that's like, oh, I gotta make money today. I gotta make a trade today. I gotta put some green in my account right now. If I don't get this green today, this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen. You gotta quit thinking like that. Think less about short-term goals and more about long-term goals. I think people think so short-sighted on some things that also gets in their way as a trader, gets in their head. I mean, like, so what if you only need $20 to get a payout today? Would you really risk taking a poor trade and putting risk in the market over one payout and end up blowing your account? Why not? Just wait. And if you don't get it today, then you'll probably get a setup on Monday where you can make $200 in one trade instead of trying to force that 20 that's going to blow your account today. Yeah, thanks, Ramon. All right, let's get some manipulation. I bet you won't do it. Do it. I'll take a 100-point candle to the downside. Show me. I bet you won't. Just manipulate it already so that you can go back up if that's what you want to do. Oh yeah, nah, the day's far from over. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of craziness going on today. But on the flip side of the day not being over yet, the fact of the matter is it could still go the rest of the day and still not really ever be a reasonable trade. You might end up having to take a less than A to A plus trade, maybe B minus, B plus, I don't know, maybe even a C if you're going to actually get anything good, because we don't know what the market's going to show us for the rest of the day. We know that it's NQ and that it could show us something. But NQ is also well known to not always put all their cards on the table either. Melinda got the trend line reversal. Good job, Melinda. Not a bad short idea at all. I like that. Just keep your wrist tight. If you Swing said, question: if you made your money, why are you still here? I'm gonna have to say, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Like, it's Friday. It's Friday. Why are you still here? Go enjoy the weekend. I'm only here because I'm streaming. I don't have to trade today. I don't have to take another trade. I'm here to be with the community. Do we find some more trades today? I'm pretty sure we will. Question is when will they show their face to us? Yeah, NQ is sneaky. They're always sneaky too. Would I like to, find a nice pullback and get a good 50, 100 point drive somewhere? Trade locked in? Well, absolutely. Am I going to force it? Nope, not happening. I'm pretty sure we streamed one day, like a week or two ago. I'm pretty sure we was on stream for like 5.5 hours, and I don't even think I took a trade the whole time we was on stream, if I remember right. There wasn't nothing about that day that I liked. But I kept going over levels all day, talking about what I was seeing. Sometimes the trade just ain't there, Yeah, I thought it wasn't. I thought it wasn't that long ago. It was crazy. It wasn't. I didn't mean to do it that way. And next thing I know, we done been on there all day. I hadn't even had a trade yet. And I think I might have missed a trade or two that I would have took, but I don't know what we was doing. But sometimes when we're in the middle of a conversation or talking about something, I'm not even looking at the chart, or I'm not looking at the right chart. I might be on a different time frame chart, or instead of the execution chart. It was a choppy day. That makes sense. Yeah, I think it was kind of choppy almost the whole day. I think there was a move at the very beginning of the day, maybe, or maybe after the first 15 minutes, but still, like right after that, something happened, I think. But then it went into some crazy chop and was like that literally all day long. I think it was that day they put in some pretty good range. It was ranging back and forth pretty good. I mean, it happens, Not all days are going to be the same. Not all traders are the same. We're not all going to trade the same setups. Come on now. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. Now they're going to have the 1, 2, and 5 minute drained off pretty good on momentum possibly here if they can get down in this box. Funny thing is now the 5 is actually down further than the 1 and 2 minute, which don't usually happen that way. Let's see what they can do here. Could come down here and maybe test that pre-market high right there. Maybe throw in some type of manipulation with a long wick. Remember yesterday, it was about this time of day when they started throwing in them stupid looking red candles with them long wicks out the bottom. I think they ended up throwing in like 3 or 4 yesterday afternoon, midday or something like that. Pretty crazy. And that's what they could do here. They could sweep at 5-minute 50 and throw a weird wick out and tag at pre-market high. Would slam the momentum down. It should anyway, and then push right back up. Who knows? But the slow grind here down to the downside is not working in our favor in any kind of way. I guess the only way it could be working in someone's favor if they got short up here somewhere, and it's easier to maintain your position on a slow grind, you know, instead of it being really volatile. But such a day, such a day. ATRs are still sitting around 11 or 12. Ooh, now it's 8. Perfect scenario for a manipulation candle, low ATR. Thing is, you would think that that candle would be to the downside because of the way the market's tracking right now. But too many times have I seen them do this and the candle be to the upside. Don't want to find yourself on the wrong side of the trade just because you're trying to force anything, you know. So I will say this: we got about an hour. We got about an hour and 17 minutes left in the 4-hour candle we're working on now. There's about 223 points of range, and right now it's looking like a wick. Just a wick with no body. And if they can, you know, if they can get below, say, 630 or something, it'll be turning that candle red. Should be anyway. Or no, it already is right where it's at, barely. But so right in here, we're break even on the 4-hour candle. Now with the hour and 16 minutes left, what if they want to run it out the bottom of that candle? You know, take out the bottom of the 4-hour candle. That's way down to it's about 490, I think. Now that would be a nice pullback. They're like, I don't like the way that sounds. Let's take it back up. Bouncing off the R1 pivot there. Protected it a little bit here. Touched it there and drove it back up. Touched it. Touched it. Now it's trying to drive up again. You know, that flag, previous flag is where this box is at. So they could manipulate something here just real fast and that be it. Maybe they want to protect this level, you know. It's a very, very sound possibility that they want to do that. They did that plenty this week on these pullbacks, protecting them flags. Just because it's Friday don't mean they won't do the same thing. Just got to keep in mind it is Friday, so maybe they don't do the same thing. Because you got to remember, Just because something was working earlier in the week don't mean it's got to keep working every day. You know, can absolutely push right through that. Look at this little drive up out of there. Oh my goodness. Another nice 30-point long or so. There has been several little sections here where 25 and 30 points would have been sort of easy to snag. But I'm going to stay patient. I'm not really looking for those trades. Especially when the ATR is under 10. And then you got to think, if they don't give any manipulation today, you got to remember the holiday coming in play Monday. Maybe they want to close the, take it easy the rest of the day, and then open it up over Sunday night and really not do anything going into Monday morning. Just let it be what it is, and then come back from the holiday and they start rocking and rolling again or something. You just never know what their plans are. You just kind of got to be ready for anything. We don't predict, we react. So waiting is part of the strategy. If somebody's new here, waiting is part of the strategy. The market does not pay activity. The market pays patience. If you're patient, you plan your trade, and then you trade your plan. Nothing outside of the box. You always plan your trade and trade your plan. You don't start making up half plans and D- plans because you're bored and you just got to have a trade. You got to put some green in your account. That's not how trading works. That's how gamblers operate, and that's how you lose accounts and stay in the red and go on tilt, and then you keep repeating the same process. I know here in this room, we're traders, we're not gamblers. We're coming up on holiday weekend. If you want to gamble, go to casino. Gambler. Swing the gambler. Go casino, Swing. On days like today, the sole objective is to protect the account. You protect the account and profits will follow. It's one of the perfect days. This is one of the perfect example days that falls into this. Traders can't control the market conditions. They can control their discipline, their patience, their risk, their rules, their psychology, their consistency. I know I've said that 1,000 times. I'm going to say it 1,000 times over, times 10, because as long as I'm streaming, I'm always going to keep repeating that. There's always going to be new people coming in and out, new members. Everybody needs to hear it. And you need to hear it on the regular because it becomes muscle memory. One time don't do anything. Say it 5 times, it don't do anything, but repeat it very often, every day, and it starts to sink in. There's probably a handful, well, more than a handful, but there's traders out there right now that are trading the exact same strategy or strat or whatever it is, and some of them might be in the green today, some of them are break even, some are in the red, and it's all boiled around you can take a good strat or a good system and put it inside undisciplined hands, and they're going to lose, and they're going to lose every time. There's a lot of decent strats out there that can make you money. And then people will say, well, I done that and it didn't work. I done that one, it didn't work. I done that one, it didn't work. Well, it's time for you to look in the mirror. Time for you to look in the mirror. Because if there's other people trading the same strat and are green, green, green 3 days in a row, and you're red, red, red 3 days in a row, it becomes the operator. And that's why the trader mindset book is there that I wrote, because I've been through those trenches. I've been through all that. And it really is on your shoulders. You need to work on the emotions, on your discipline, and everything else. It's like I went on a little rampage there, didn't I? My bad. Needed to be said, though. Needed to be said. I never know who all we have on stream, who's new. I know who my OGs are that are in chat talking all the time, but I know there's probably people lurking in the background that hadn't said anything, trying to get the feel for the room. And the feel for the room should be titled Patience Pays. Patience pays, not activity. What a day. Is there anybody in chat that feels like they've left or missing out on a whole bunch of opportunity today while they're trading or something? Like this green candle that you're going to put in, like, oh, I can't believe I just missed that. Or even that run at the beginning of the day that we sat there and watched happen live and didn't do anything about it. There's days like that. I appreciate that, DG. That's what it's all about. At least that's what I hope it's all about. And even if it's something repetitive, I mean, like I said, it's got to be, it's all about muscle memory, especially in this game, because you're out here on your own. You know, you have nobody supervising you, telling you when to enter, stop, get out, don't do this, don't do that. You're your own boss. And when you're sitting in a room trading by yourself, and it's just you and your emotions, then that's when you can start making mistakes pretty easy. And until you start teaching yourself to do the right things day in and day out, and repeat it day in and day out, and it ain't going to happen in a week or two either. It's going to take time, but you'll get to the point and you'll look at the chart and be like, oh, I missed that. That's okay. There's another one. It's coming. I just had to wait for my trade plan to set up. The market's not going anywhere. It's going to be here. So when you're ready and got it under control, just come back. You know, it's going to be here. Will you hit your setup every day? I'm going to have to say absolutely not. Now, can you take trades every day? About every day there are things there are A+ setups just about every day. Sometimes there might be one, sometimes there might be two or three. Just depends on how long you trade. Some people only trade certain windows, which is completely fine. You got to do what works for you, not nobody else. Don't need to be following nobody else's lead, copying nobody. You got to have all your own ducks in order and do what you do. You hang around long enough, I 100% believe that you will become a better trader, especially if you hang out with us here. And I honestly think, you know, it just takes time for everybody. Not everybody, though, gets it at the same rate. You know, some things take other people longer to come to realization about certain things, which is fine. You got to take your time, go at your own speed, and not rush. You get into the feelings of trying to rush something. Anything that involves an emotion, you need to throw that out the window. By the time you open up your charts, you need to have your emotions in check, because this is work, and nobody has time to be emotional about work. This is the time for making plans and executing them, not getting in them feelings about anything. I hate it when they tease me like that right there. Why don't you throw a real candle in, like 80 points to the downside? They keep messing with my heartstrings. They act like I'm asking for a lot, like they don't move that much in a candle. I appreciate everybody showing up and showing out on the daily here, especially all the OGs that have been around since pretty much the beginning of the stream. What are we at? We started streaming first week of March, 5 days a week. So next week will be our last 3 months streaming every day. Fast pacing it. On the road to 1,000 subs, trying to get that push to 1,000 subs. We went from when I started streaming the first week of March, we had just crossed 500. Was it like 501 or 502? We're sitting at 820 today. No, 824. So it's a lot. At least I feel like it's a lot in the amount of time we've been streaming. But now it's going to be the hardest push of all, to 1,000. We just went monetized on the first tier like last weekend, and we'll be full monetization as soon as we get to 1,000 subs, because the hours will be there. So it's not easy, especially when I wasn't ever expecting to be streaming or doing anything like this my entire life. But here we are, and so now it's what we're doing, and we're going to keep doing it. Hopefully we grow the community to be pretty big, you know. I think it would be cool if we had grow our community, get it really good size, you know, support each other, everybody participating, being active. There's something to be said about being able to bring traders together from all around the world, all trading together live. I appreciate that, Swain. I might have 1 or 2 words of wisdom, maybe, but don't tell nobody. You know, we try to get these likes pushed on the channel, and I've been giving away these books and stuff, but I want us to be able to grow our community big enough and be able to, you know, give evals away and maybe some other things, you know. The course, Maybe some indicator packs here or there along the way. Well, here we go. I missed the bus. I mean, I missed the train. I don't ride the bus. We missed the train. Albert, is there another verification process for take profit trader to when we open account to getting past? After you open an account there, if you never signed, there's some, I think, what is that? The KYC paperwork and something else. They should have emailed you everything you need. You might need to look back through your email, but if it was the first time you ever signed up with TPT, then yes, there is more to be done on the backside to take payouts. You got to fill out some paperwork online. Yeah, no problem, Albert. Should be. There should be. And I mean, you might have an email, or you might even be able to do it from your dashboard. Albert, you go to, if you have some pro accounts, you should be able to go possibly, I think, into the dashboard. And maybe there's something in there that you can click and take you to where you need to go straight out of there. I could be wrong about that, though. It's been a while since I've been traded anything with TPT, but I think there was. What about this little drive here all of a sudden? Like, what's it doing? Did anybody get in this long? I hope not, but if you did, great job. I mean, just make it make sense. Like, why? Why did it bounce here like that? So, let me look at this on the 15-minute real quick. I don't know. I think they could be trying to maybe get up here and trap some people, possibly. You know, they're getting back up into that day high there. So, I don't trust it. Especially the ATR says like 8 or 9. Low ATR, I don't know. There's no better seat in the house right now than on the sidelines. I'm not going to partake in none of their shenanigans today. They want me to play. They're going to have to show me a reason why I should be. You know, why should I be? I'm not impressed with your price action. I don't think anybody in here is probably impressed with the price action. I guess playing it off the R1 pivot, though, because it was respecting the R1 pivot. I guess playing it off of that, that's not a bad trade. If somebody did put up some risk down there. Well, no, it ain't a bad trade at all. It was a good trade, actually, especially if you stayed in it and caught it. But all the misery to put up the risk for that low ATR for it to finally go. And that'd be a good move. R1 pivot is down there around 635 or so. We're at 700, so it's a pretty decent move off the R1 pivot. Nice base hit. Nice base hit. All right, here comes the games right here. What are they going to do with this now? Are they going to smack one of them weird candles and try to sweep the high day here? If it tested the R1, you probably would have jumped in long. What you mean once it bounced off of it? Because it did back here a couple times. You saying if it would have come back down and retested after doing that, you would have took it long instead of whatever that was at 643? I don't know. I can't do it. There's something about the way the market's tracking. I can't do it. There's like a fine line. There's an in between. They do their best manipulation when the ATR is like at a certain level up, like high, and a certain level low. And this low that they got in, the ATR is at 7 or 8. This is one of them levels of where manipulation can really hurt bad. But then you have that little section of the ATR there where it seems like it don't happen as often. Usually when it's low or high. If we have any new members on stream with us today, let us know in chat. That way we can welcome you to the community. And I need to welcome Albert there, who said something in chat, because that's, I believe, a new person. I hadn't seen that name before. I might need to be over here looking for a short play in case they do some kind of manipulation to the top upside, if y'all know what I mean. ATR still at 7 or 8. As we sit here and talk through all this live, it kind of looked like, well, why didn't we take this? Why didn't we take that? But, well, for me, it's just not working. It really had to do some manipulating to get it back down here now. After driving it back up to 700. 700. 700. Come on. Man, this thing here is such a tease. Man, oh man. Well, I don't know about y'all, but I've taken a few trades today. Luckily, I was copy trading and was able to get some across 5 accounts there. 5 accounts. I'm green. Red M1. Red $18.50. And it's going to stay red unless they give us something. if for some reason you're bored and you are not quite disciplined enough yet to wait, you're not disciplined enough to plan your trade and trade your plan, and you just have to be in the market, then switch over to a paper account or something and trade that. Don't use your equity if there's really no reason to be doing so. But if you need to be active, then actively be putting in the reps to work on that muscle memory. That don't mean get in one and just start clicking buttons, but use it to play, you know, some setups or anything, whatever you like to trade, whatever your plans are. Or maybe you're trying to test something new out that you've been following along with on a daily basis that you've been watching on charts. You know, if you see it happen, use a paper account or something. That way you get in the reps. Just don't actually risk your equity, you know, when there's no reason to. And I know you might be thinking, well, what if I do that? And, you know, and then it works out and then I'm in a paper account or sim account or something. And then I could have been in there with my account and I didn't, and now I don't have anything in it. Well, you can't look at that like that, because what you're working on is repetition. Just because it happened this time don't mean it's going to happen every time. And how do you not know that if you do use your equity, that whatever you're working on ends up going against you and then you're in the red? So that's when you got to be happy to not be in a trade with your equity. No reason to put any risk up there for no reason. We could be sitting right on top of a dangerous time in the market right now. It is Friday. It is 1:12 market time. For all I know, in the next 20 minutes, this could be, I don't know, down around 590. That's the reality of NQ. So that's why I'm going to patiently sit here and wait. If it don't come, then it don't come. But I'm also not going to be jumping in this trade with my equity. I'm already 8, so I could try to keep trading, and the account I'm in now is a funded account, and I'm red 1850. And what if I get in here just because I'm bored and I start getting chopped up with this low ATR, even just trading one contract or something, you know, one micro, I could still get ate up because small losses compound. And the next thing you know, unless I risk 20, 30 bucks per trade, next thing you know, I'm over $100 in the red. For what? You know, for what? I'm in the red because I was being stupid. That's why. Because I wasn't patient enough to sit there and wait. And if you are new here, Swang knows I'm patient. We was talking about it earlier. I traded one day last week, I guess. Or hold on. That's the wrong word, ain't it, Swang? I streamed one day last week, and I didn't even take a trade the whole time we was on. Other people was banking, though. But I never took a trade myself. It was on a really choppy day, which I don't think they was trading much either, but yeah, Albert, I'm 100% right. It is one of the biggest things to overcome. And patience, I mean, just having the proper mindset and discipline all together is the biggest issue for almost every trader. It's always that. Always. And I'm hoping to switch that, at least for those that join us here on the live stream. But everybody's different, you know. People are gonna view things differently, and how you know, what affects them the most, you know. Like I was talking about earlier, some people might just be like in one of them on one of them props where they can have everyday payouts, same day payouts. And so that's a thorn right there stuck in the back of your head every day you trade. You're like, well, I gotta do this so I can get my payout today. And then you end up tilting and blow your account because you know you can take a payout today. I don't care anything about taking a payout today or tomorrow or the next day. I care about long-term success, compounding, wins, and taking the payout when it's there. Anything other than that, you're going to end up somewhere in the realm of forcing something somewhere along the way. You have to have the right mindset. And I shouldn't say that I won't ever anymore, but I hadn't had a same day payout prop in a while because that was one of the things that affected me in my trading. And so I got completely away from it. Completely. I was like, I don't even need that in my life. I don't need to be dealing with that. And ever since I quit using those and got my mindset away from that, it's been great. I'm not gonna lie. But see, that was one thing that affected me, and it could be something for someone else. You know what I mean? You just got to find that one thing. Yeah, Daniel, I appreciate that. It's taken me a long time to get as patient as I am. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I say a long time, but I think it was a long time anyway. And heck, to be honest with you, I think we're all really still working on our patience every day. Because anytime we sit down and get in the market, we're opening that door to ourselves for something like that, you know? Just got to learn to leave it at the door. I know mine's every 10 days. I had to trade 10 days to take a payout. And then, I talk to people, they got them same day payouts or every 5 days or whatever the rules are wrapped around whatever prop it is they're using. I'm like, I don't even think like that anymore, to be honest. I mean, most people either get paid weekly or bi-weekly. So I don't even know what the point is on rushing something. If you're used to living a lifestyle and used to whatever job is paying you and you're living by means of that job and you only get paid every once a week or bi-weekly, I don't understand why you would want to force things to happen just because it is available. No, that's not a good idea. It is coming up. It's 1:19 market time. Maybe they get a push down. I doubt it. I don't think this market's going to do anything I'm wanting it to do, at least anytime soon. But that'll be okay too. Won't be the first time. I took some trades earlier. If I can't find my plan, then I won't be taking any more today. You got to have patience because over trading, the opposite of patience is over trading pretty much. And over trading is one of the number one killers to accounts. Oh yeah. Really? Don't you tell me that's all you're gonna do. Come on, push down. Was there more news coming out today? I wouldn't. I don't keep up with it enough. Oh man. Not the kind of manipulation I want to see. Can't build a trade plan around that either. That's gambling. I need to see them really, really relieve the pressure to the downside and then see how it reacts. Although trading days are different, you know, like I like to play a lot of first reaction plays where I'll front load orders on the screen depending on market conditions. Today ain't one of those days. But say we was trending, bull market trending up all day or most of the day or whatever, and it was more like a buy the pullback kind of day, I'd have had orders sitting around that 5-minute 50 to be picked up. More than likely. I've done it several times, that or the R1 pivot or any of our levels that I talk about and go over. But, you know, quick in and outs, a lot of times are easy trades, but the market conditions aren't like that today. Seems like strong support around 33.46. Yeah, it does right now. It sure does. We have any new members in the chat today that want to join Discord? I just threw the link in chat. Playing too many games. Despite what I consider to be pretty bad price action on the day, I hope everybody's if you have been trading, I hope you're green and doing pretty good on the day. You know, you always want to end the week on a good note. A lot of times we'll come into Friday, and if we've been slamming it out pretty good Monday through Thursday, we know how Fridays can already be. So me, for one, I'll put up less risk on Friday if we've had a pretty good week, and we have had a pretty good week. We usually do. And a lot of people end up blowing up their whole week on Fridays, you know, or on the very next day of a very good day. So like if you had a really good yesterday, say you locked in across your accounts like a really good amount, and it might be the first time you ever done that, then you should absolutely not trade the second day, possibly the third, because that can set off a chain reaction. You know, if your ego steps in because you did really good and you're like, oh, that was so easy, and then you come in the next day and give it all back or blow your accounts up. Been there, done that. Trust me, it's a thing. So, you know, it's good to take a step back, let it sink in, keep all your emotions, the ego and all that out of it, and then come back to the market. For me, being red and this funded here, 18 bucks, that's not going to ruin my weekend. If I do something out of the ordinary that I shouldn't be doing, and I ended up with that thing being $1,800 in the red, well, that might put a damper on how I feel over the weekend. Probably be thinking about all the stupid things and stupid decisions I made today while I was trading it, you know, probably eat at me. So keep them losses tight and keep them small. I use Replicanto, the flow bot, like $199. Or at least I think it was when I paid for it. Made by Flowbots. Replicanto is. Yeah, I mean, if you tag them in it, you can, but I don't think you're supposed to do that. Period. Like you're only supposed to trade. I don't. You're supposed to, as far as I'm aware, you're only allowed to trade like all your Bull and Ox accounts can be tagged together in it. And then if you want to trade your other props, like say your Apex accounts, you can tag all them together. Pretty sure you're not supposed to cross them over though. Well, I know for a fact, say that your lead account was a Bull and Ox account, and then you tagged Apex or Take Profit or Tradeify in there, that's a no-go. I'm 100% sure about that. The one gray area I'm not sure about is if you use a sim account, is your lead account, if you can tag multiple props. I actually emailed somebody about that, one of these props, I think, one time, and I don't even know if I ever got a response because I would have read it if I would have remembered. I don't think they responded. I need to reach out again. I don't think you can do it with a sim account either, is your lead account, because they won't let you use a prop account as your lead account and cross over, so I don't know why they would let you use a sim account. You talking about since Apex changed their rules? With the new rollout they did, look at this manipulation candle. This right here was what I was talking about. What is what I'm talking about? And now ATR goes from whatever it was at, like under 10 to 25. This is why I don't mess around with it when the market's trending like this. Albert, so Apex had changed their rules like not long after I like blew my last Apex account. And I hadn't went back, although I like the rules they rolled out. One thing I don't like is Apex was, as far as I know, the only other prop that I could find who had $2,500 drawdown on a 50K account. And it's one of the main reasons I still like Bull and Ox so much, because everybody else is 2K. I even seen somebody where one was like 15K on a 50K. I was like, what? Um, but I mean, I'll go back to Apex probably eventually. I'm trying to max out my funded accounts with Bull and Ox first, because you can have 11 there. I want to get all 11, and then I will. Once I meet that goal, I'll think about going there. Probably them next, because as long as you can still get 20 there, that'll probably be my next stop. Oh yeah, yeah. On the I forgot about that. I read them rules when they first come out, but I forgot about it. Yeah, I don't really like that rule. But the rules are put there for a reason, you know, and most people think it's to harm them from being able to accomplish what need to be accomplished, and it's all about discipline. What are they doing here? Some kind of news out there that maybe we missed. Looks like oil went down some more too, maybe. Yeah, it depends on what you choose over, and so you can get a bull and ox in the day, but then they have the daily loss limit and then the max drawdown 25. I think if you choose an account that's in the day though, that the daily loss limit I believe is $1,000 or $1,100 maybe. I don't know. I'd have to look again, and then the max is 25. Although, hold on, Albert, are you talking about Apex? Is that something they're doing now? That's crazy. What about if you're talking about Apex? What about once you do that though? Ain't they moving people to transition them to live? Yeah, they are higher. No, they are higher, no doubt. Thing is it's almost no matter no matter where you get a prop account at, even the ones that have end of day, if you hit the drawdown, you hit the drawdown. So like if you go somewhere else that has end of day and say you put 2,000, you got to hit 50 what 3,000 and you hit 52.5, and then you take a big loss, it blows it anyway. Well, see, I thought I heard, I could have swore that somebody said that they got moved to live at Apex. Ah, okay. So you can take 6 payouts and start over. What's the max payout you can take 6 times? I don't know if I like that. I have to go back and look at that myself. Maybe when I get ready. Maybe I won't do that. I don't know about that. You can take 2K on 50K. 2K on 50K, but you got to make 250 a day for 5 days. At least that to get a payout. Minimum 1500. I think it's on compound 25. Interesting. I was glad that they got rid of all that other mess, but now I'm not too sure about all that mess. For myself anyway. I don't know. I'd have to look into it, read it real good. So they manipulated the top side, put in a new high day here, didn't they? Yeah. So now what are they going to do? They're going to finally, ATR is up to about 20. They're going to run this back to the downside. Yeah, it was, Swain. I was asleep the whole time. I was asleep. Melinda said there's trend line. Looks like it hit. Well, let me look, because I thought I had my trend lines up and on and all that mess. Well, no, maybe I didn't. Never mind. I doubt it. Fall asleep at my desk with this slow program. Yeah, I remember you said you fell asleep the other day. Nodded off. Easy to do. Now the ATR is back up there a little bit. Maybe they're going to try to, I don't know what they're going to try to do. Seems like they're going to try to make sure I stay out of it with whatever they're doing. See, here's the tricky part. They manipulate it up like that and pull it back. If they drop the ATR back below 10, then I'm like, whatever. I don't need to trade it that bad. Yeah, it's been a little crazy this week, Melinda, for sure. Absolutely. I don't feel like they left me behind though, you know. I don't know. You know, I get to where I want to be with these here, and then instead of looking at Apex, I might go back to Tradeify, maybe. I don't know yet. I'm gonna worry about crossing that bridge when I get there. Excuse me. Yeah, Melinda, I did. I've looked over there on their platform a couple times in the past, just because I'd heard some things too and was reading through some stuff. But and I know we have some other people in the Discord that are trading Lucid. So that you know, it might be one of the places I look to. I used to be a person who had about, you know, 5 different props I was trading every day at one time. I'm done with all that. You know, I'm gonna just focus on one for now and try to maximize, and then move on to somebody else and maximize. I don't wanna be really scaling up, let's say, in size. I want to scale up in funded accounts. Keep trading the same way and not be going from, well, I've been trading this many contracts for this long and doing really good. Now I need to add 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 to it because then I can make more per trade. I don't want to do that. I want to make the same amount and just do it across more accounts. So when I maximize where I'm at, I'll try to maximize somewhere else. And if I do that, I'll go somewhere else and maximize if I can. I want to have about 30 is what my goal is. Funded. And keep trading consistently. Small. And not trying to size up position. And just keep doing the same thing over and over, repetitive. And let those rotate into payouts. Not going to be chasing bigger P&Ls and all that. I'd rather have somewhere between 10, 15, 20 funded accounts, putting $200-300 in each one of them a day, because that alone equals a huge P&L, all them accounts together, than to be trying to put $2,000 and $5,000 in these accounts and not get, you know what I'm talking about. You be seeing this stuff online, and a lot of that is noise. A whole lot of that is noise. You're a HFT trader? You're going to want to read in on that, Albert. I don't know if they do anything restriction-wise as far as the length of the hold. I know some props were doing that, but I don't know if they still do that. Well, I don't know if TPT did, but I do know some props were doing something about that, holding for seconds. You need to go look at their rules, Albert, or message them and get an exact answer on that question, to be honest. Don't believe anything that anybody's going to tell you other than somebody straight from Take Profit. Because as soon as I tell you that they don't, they probably do, and then you hear it from somebody, I don't even care if it's somebody else who trades Take Profit. You go directly to the source to get that answer if you want to know the truth. I'm sorry I can't help you with it, but even myself, I wouldn't, if I need a particular answer like that, I would reach out, put in a ticket or support or email or something myself to the source to find out. You need to send them a support ticket or something like, and be like, look, I need to know this, because there's no reason for you to be trading there if that's the case. I don't think there's a problem with the restriction on how long you hold there, nor do I think they care about how many trades you take, but I don't know for sure because I hadn't traded TPT in a long time. So, you know, if I'm not trading a certain prop, then I'm not really keeping up with whatever they got going on. If you know what I mean. Yeah, no problem, Albert. I just want you to play it safe, you know, play it better to know now than better to know it up front now like you're trying to do than be trading them for a while and then you get to payout and they decline it or something because of something like that. That would be very bad. I do just know from being around for quite some time as a trader, asking questions to the general public of other traders is not the greatest idea, because I've seen that happen way too often. People be disagreeing about what's actually real and what ain't, when really the source is the only one that can give you the true answer to that. Yeah, Slang says he don't. I don't think they do either, but I can't be certain. So I can't even remember who it was that had some of them rules in place about how long you had to hold. I know that I was with somebody that was doing that. I knew of two, but I can't even remember which ones they were. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't take profit. That wasn't one of them that I'm aware of. We just need 2 more likes on the stream. 2 more smashes of that like button on the stream gets us to 25, and I'll give away a copy of the Trader Mindset book to someone out of chat. Oh yeah, I agree with that, Melinda. Absolutely. If you ain't been in the prop game, there's nothing wrong with talking to other traders about it. But if you need if you have a particular question about a prop, it's always best to go to the source, because I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that say stuff that don't know what they're talking about. Been around this for way too long. And I don't want to be the one giving nobody the wrong direction, you know. He said in my fun, I thought they might have been one of them, but I didn't want to say that. I couldn't be sure. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people don't like HFT trader, high frequency traders is what they are. Uh, but them are like, I think it's even less than 30 seconds. HFT traders, I want to say it could be maybe 10 seconds or less. All right, let's see here. Um, we Albert Johnson, are you in our Discord by any chance? Okay, I was just wondering. It's all good. Um, so the ATR is sitting around 11 or 12. I'm still not too sure I want to be stuck up in this, messing around with this price action at all, but We'll see what they're doing here. They're pulling back again. Playing too many games today, they are. Melinda got her some of that short. Good job, Melinda. Always on top of things. Day in and day out, locking in that green. I'm always over here jabbering. You get in the chat. I caught this. I caught that. Maybe I should be looking at the chart, huh? Perfect. Sounds like you're in good shape then, Albert. That's awesome. Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of restrictions over at TBT. Not that I can remember. That was one of the things why everybody was talking about them so strong there for a long time. About 6 points, 2 contracts. Hey, that's all right, Melinda. Green is green. You know that. Oh yeah. I think that's with any prop firm. I've never had a prop firm where you could hold overnight. You always got to close out, and then if you want position, get back in something. But I'm sure there's probably some out there. Is NC JWECT still in the chat? Let me know if you're still in the chat, NC. Yeah, I forgot about that TPT news thing. 1 minute before, 1 minute after. Got to be out, stay out. Coming up on 2 o'clock market time. Looking for NC if they're still on the stream with us in chat. We hit that 25 likes, so the winner of the mindset book is NCJWECT. If you're still with us, let me know in chat. You'll have to hit me up in Discord. For evals, I think you can trade the news, can't you? Swang? I'm pretty sure you can trade your evals with TPT in the news. NC, are you in Discord? If you won the mindset book, if you want the mindset book, if you don't want the mindset book, just let me know and I can choose someone else in chat. But if you are in Discord, you can send me a DM in Discord and I will send you a link to that free copy of the Mindset Trader book if you want it later on today. Oh, what a day. Come on down. Come on down, NC. Come on down. Let me know. Let me know. Yeah, because we hit the 25 likes on the stream, and so I'm giving away a copy of the Trader Mindset book and want to know if you want it, NC. Do you want the book? If you do want the book, let me know in chat and then send me a DM on Discord. And when we get off the stream later on today, I'll get a link sent over if you want it. Okay, cool. Well, then NC won the giveaway of the Trader Mindset book, and I will give a second copy away if we get to 35 likes. Do you need the link to the Discord? I'll gladly give it to you. All the giveaway stuff runs through the Discord. And the giveaway channel. There's the link to the Discord, because all the giveaways will be done. Because if I forget to announce a winner on the chat if we hit, then I will tag them in the Discord in the giveaway winners channel. So yeah, just no, it's a trader mindset book that I wrote, Albert. And I got the Futures Trader Blueprint 2.0 and a Precision Playbook. And a lot of other stuff. I've built several indicators. I got the Precision Trading course. All kinds of stuff. Everything can be found on gumroad.com at FuturestraderElite. Or FuturestraderElite at Gumroad or something like that. All them links are in Discord as well. If you are part of Discord, you can go to the announcements channel, and there's links in there to everywhere everything is at. Yeah, I appreciate that, Albert. Usually throughout the day, I read out of the mindset book, the one that I did, and I'll read nuggets out of it here while we're on stream as we're trying to get the likes for the giveaway. There's a handful of people in here that have won it or so. We do have some, I don't know if they're on here now, but we have some elite members, people that have been through the precision trading course that are usually in chat, but they might not be here now. Usually they're on in the morning and get done for the day. I would appreciate you stopping in, Albert. We're just trying to grow the community, you know. There's a lot more stuff about what's going on. If you decide to start an account with Discord, that way you can come over there and check things out. But yeah, if you have any questions, just throw them in the chat, which you've been doing, which I appreciate you doing that. Keeping chat active and alive. I appreciate everybody's support. We're going to build the next great thing on this old futures trading, hopefully. Hopefully. One day at a time. One stream at a time. If we do get to 35 likes on the stream, I'll give a second copy of the mindset book away. Just so you know. That'll be just 10 more likes. We never have hit the second giveaway on that book. We've hit like 33 likes one day, and I think we hit 34 one day. But never hit 35. Yeah, send me a DM on Discord. Did you already join Discord, NC? Melissa is posting in the setups and screenshots. Nice job, Melinda. I mean, Melissa. You got your name 2 different ways. It always messes me up. Oh yeah, I mean, we get quiet sometimes, well, especially if there's nobody really. If it's slow and nobody's wanting has questions or talking, I try to keep things moving. Sometimes it gets a little quiet, but I try to not let that happen too often. All right, I see you. I see you, NC. I will be on the lookout. What just happened? Can you send that to me again? I accidentally hit it. Delete, I think. Sorry about that. I don't know how I deleted that. Must have pressed the wrong button. Yeah, just send it to me again, NC. But yeah, when we get off stream later today, I will send you a link, and you should be able to just click that link and go to Gumroad and download it for free. Okay, now I got you. I see you. All right, good deal. Sometime this afternoon, you should be looking for that, but it'll be coming your way. Yeah, I got you. I got it at NC. Thank you for sending it again, since I deleted it. Oh man, I'm goofy. What a day. What a day. Still ain't liking that price action myself. I don't know what it's up to, but it's keeping me benched. I'm on the sidelines. Now we just hopefully these likes will help get the algo to push it out there on YouTube. We get some more people in here and get 9 more likes on the channel. Then look at this manipulation candle. 9 more likes, I'll give a second copy away. Look at this. If they push this candle back up, that's going to be like what they was doing yesterday, throwing in them weird red candles and then pushing them right back up. You would be, Melinda. What are you doing scalping? Good job. Good job. It went your way. Oh man, this weather's nasty. Almost got out. Well, I can't get out because I'm not in it. Because I'm working on patience. Uh-oh, somebody posted in the P&L section. Let's go check it out. Trader Merlin. Trader Merlin, are you into the chat with us today? I was talking about you earlier. So Merlin is one of our elite members. Really locking in on locking the green in every day. So awesome. He's got a set of take profit evals. He started today. Hit some nice base hits across the board in them, locking in almost $800. So that's the way it's done. He took 22 trades, 100% win rate. Amazing. Great job, Merlin. It's so awesome. I love seeing that. I'm waiting to see some better manipulation. I don't know what they're trying to do here today with this price action, but you're not going to see me take a trade today while we're on here unless it can come to a plan that I got festering inside my mind. What about that one yesterday, swing at the end of the day? Don't get no better than that one, does it? That's what we're looking for, something sort of like that. I don't think there was very many people left on the stream yesterday with us when we was on. There might have been. If they was being silent. Come on, let's go. So they do all this moving around here, and then all of a sudden, you know, the ATR is back under 10. It's no continuation follow through on the volatility. You know, it's just, let's hop it up a little bit, the ATR, do a little bit of moving around, and then we slam the ATR back under 10. I like to see consistent flow with the ATR, not all over the place like that. Yeah, Melinda, yeah, Marlin is doing really good. Really good. Proud of him. Maybe we don't really get anything that fits my trade plan today. I don't know. We still got some time, but we are coming up on, it's after 2 o'clock market time. So, hey, what's going on, Lemon? Seen you posted a nice trade in the P&L. Oh yeah, we're doing pretty good today, I reckon. I hadn't really traded much uh, throughout most of the day now. Melinda said, how do you view support around 66, 70-ish area? You wouldn't trade it, wondering why, just to learn. You talking about like where price action is right now? The overnight high? Well, if that's what you're talking about, it's just the way the days track, and I'm not looking for no short moves. I need real manipulation because of the way I do like to trade. It kind of goes hand in hand with what Albert just asked, what your style of trading is. Um, but all right, well then maybe I need to separate. Uh, so what are you saying? Maybe if we got up here, Melinda, where the high is, and then why I wouldn't trade that area? Let's say it come down here and tag the overnight high. Like why I wouldn't trade that as support there like that? If that's what you're asking, then I just don't see that. I don't see it as that. You know, I'm looking at the overall picture of the way the market has been trending. You can see we done went through that area plenty. Why I wouldn't long right here where we're at? Well, because they've been there. The market ain't trending right. The ATR right now is 6. I don't want to trade with the ATR that low because it's here, and yeah, they might have went through it here, protected it, and went up. But what are you going to do if you want to go long here and they throw manipulation down here to pre-market high, which is very possible? And my momentum indicator is in the middle of the yard. I try not to take any trades middle of the yard. I like overbought and oversold conditions. Now, I have taken trades out of middle of the yard, but not when it's on a Friday with an ATR below 10. You know, each trading day has its own reasoning. Ifs, ands, ors, whys, do not do this, do that. It really depends on the trading day. For me, today's not the day. Now, if we came up here and smacked this day high, put this daily high in, and it came straight back down to that level, that might be something different. Yeah, if I'm going to take a trade, I'm looking for some manipulation. I want a real trade. I don't want to. I'm not looking to get 10 or 20 points or 30. Even if that's all I get, I want to get it out of a real move, not chopping back and forth. You know, I want to see expansion either to the downside or the upside to a particular level, you know, preferably down here where I have this bottom box. This was the middle road between us retail and the market, which they came and touched, but I still didn't trade it. It would have been a good trade, but I didn't trade it because that really wasn't what I wanted. I want this down here and see how they react down here. ATR is about how much price is moving. Average true range is how many ticks in a minute is price moving. So it's only moving 8 ticks in 1 minute right now is the average true range, which is not much. Yeah. Now, Albert asked me what your style of trading is. Everything, all my trading, my style of trading is all based around structure. Structure first, everything else is second. Structure is what tells the story. Everything else is confluence to it. So, you know, I got my precision entry zones, which are these boxes up here that look pinkish on the screen there. Precision entry zones are imbalance zones. I play a lot of imbalance zones. That's what this is down here. It's a 5-minute imbalance down here. The 15-minute, imbalances across all time frames. I use higher time frame to get my read on everything on the structure, and then we add confluence along the way. I built this indicator here on NinjaTrader that's mapping out the overnight highs, lows, pre-market high, low, previous day high, low, the orb high, low on the 15-minute, and then I also have a high time frame 50 EMA tracker that posts what the 50 EMAs are on the 5-minute, the 15-minute, the 30-minute, the 60-minute, and the 4-hour are all tracked on my screen. And so I'm looking for high probability setups within structure with added confluence, And then of course I built this kill zone momentum indicator that I use on the bottom of my screen down here, which helps me determine a lot about when I want to enter or exit a trade. I really like to be oversold or overbought, the red line or the green line for the most part. I don't usually, if we're riding in the 50-yard line, I feel like we're inside chop. I don't really want to mess with that too much most of the time, but every day tracks a little bit different. Every day tracks a little bit different. But everything starts with high time frame structure. I usually start my day out based on the 4-hour chart. I work my way down, then I execute on the 1-minute. Looking for, also our pivot points. I love pivot points, especially the golden pivot. But I'm looking for high probability trades around high confluence areas, liquidity sweeps or rejection areas. You got your pivot points, everything else. I'm not a scalper. I used to scalp all the time. I used to be a high frequency trader for a long time. I got away from doing that. I'm glad I did. Lemon said, what state are you from? Do you know where Nashville, Tennessee is? Lemon, if you do, I could throw a rock pretty hard and probably hit it. Music City. Albert, did that help? Or was that too much at one time? I guess it's sort of like, you could say it's like supply and demand trading in a way. I trade both. I trade both ways, to be honest, Albert. I would have to say to anybody new that is in here, though, or that hadn't been around the streams for very long, or how, and it also depends on how long you've been trading, to always wait for a confirmation, you know what I mean? Say like if we did get manipulation right now to the downside, Albert, and we did hit this imbalance down here, because of the way the market's been trending here recently, I'm going to wait and see how this reacts. Are we gonna get down here and tap into this level? And when we do, am I going to be oversold on the momentum side on the 1, 2, and 5 minute chart, possibly the 15-minute chart? If I'm oversold on all them time frames pretty good, then I'm going to be like, all right, let me see how it reacts here. I'm going to let it build some mini structure on the 1 minute. And if it looks like they're wanting to spike it back up or V-shape it or anything like that, then I will decide if I want to enter the trade. Now, if we are, let's say, in a trending market, a lot of times I might play first reaction plays where, you know, if it looks like a confluence area is lining up with, let's say, the momentum indicator, I might put orders there for first reaction play. I love playing first reaction plays. You just got to be really tight on what you're looking at and what the game plan is, and you have to have whatever your risk is going to be. You need to have it ready, you know, because if a first reaction play does not go in your favor at the snap of a finger, you need to be ready to exit, if that makes sense. So it'd be like, say I want to get picked up in the middle of this box because I believe this is going to drop to the middle of this box, and so I put an order in the middle. Well, I don't want to be wrong past the outside of this box. So as soon as I put the order there, I'm going to put a stop here. And then if it triggers, I expect it to go the other way. If it doesn't, I need to be stopped out immediately so that I can keep my losses tight. It just means the trade plan failed. You know, it don't mean it wasn't a good trade idea, although I wouldn't actually do that trade. But I'm just trying to make you understand what one might do. Now, say, I play a lot of first reaction pivot plays all the time when the time is right. Today's not one of those. But say that they decide to rip this market to the downside right now. I mean, rip it. Say that they decide to rip it and they came all the way down here to this golden pivot. I would absolutely, if they rip the market to the downside in like 3 or 4 big candles, I would absolutely put up risk on top of that golden pivot why this was headed that way. I wouldn't wait to see what it did. I would put my orders there. Because if we go down through all that without bouncing anywhere and it taps that, it's going to bounce there. Even if it sweeps, it could run right through my orders and go below the golden pivot, but it's going to bounce. Almost guaranteed every time. Almost. A lot of your first reaction plays depend a whole lot on how price gets there. If price is just trickling down to the zone and the ATR is low, it automatically invalidates the trade. First reaction plays have to have speed behind them. What are the conditions we're looking for? We're looking for entry. I'm not looking for an entry in anything right now. I think all I'm really doing is trying to keep people safe right now and not to be over trading. I don't want to trade anything at the moment unless we get down here back to the 5 to this area, 565 to 585. At least that's where my mind is right now. I mean, if something else sets up, if it don't get there, I mean, if I see something come down to this zone as well, I'm not going to say I won't trade it, but that's not where my mind is right now. Yeah. Lemon, I've been trading for 3 years, full time. Yeah, scalping's a whole different ball game, really, Albert. Well, I mean, all structure is yeah, swing highs and lows. You know, higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, lower or higher lows, higher lows. Everything's built off of that. Structure is solely based off of that. But it's understanding how to use them levels to your advantage, and with what other confluences. You know, nobody wants to. Just because you have a swing high somewhere doesn't mean you should automatically short it when it gets there. You know what I mean? everything depends on how things get where they're going. And there's many, for me anyway, there's many other factors that are involved with it as a trader. The best in-depth explanation of all of it is probably the precision trading course. So I won't really get into a whole lot of detail on the stream about it because that's what it's out there for, and got too many members who've already taken it. Wouldn't be fair to them. So plus here pretty soon I'm gonna start working on a 2.0 version of that as well, the trading course. And those of y'all that already have it, if you're on chat, then of course you'll get the update for free. But I mean, yeah, I'm living off of it, Lemon. But I mean, I'm not, driving Lambos or got mansions on the ocean or nothing. But that's because I'm not a guru. I'm actually telling the truth about trading. Lemon, I think so. I mean, for me, yes. For me, yes. But it's just like, it's almost like you got to just try a prop firm and get your own opinion anymore, because I hear people complain about every single prop firm that I've ever had. So I guess each prop ain't, it's to each person and trader, man. And to be honest, I do. I think they're fine, but maybe somebody else don't. Albert said, how do you force or factor momentum? Or is it solely based on levels and confluence? Well, momentum's coming mainly, there's two ways to do it. If you've been trading long enough, you can actually see momentum coming into a chart by looking at a candle and watching the ATR and all that. But then that's also why I have my momentum indicator at the bottom of the screen. It helps seeing that momentum come in too, but usually you can see it in the candle itself, just by the way the candle's moving. It don't move the same. And then of course you'll see momentum pick up, Albert, as certain structures are broke on the chart, up or down. And then there's certain levels that you will automatically should add momentum to a move if a level breaks. So yes. Lemon, I like your you said that well there, Lemon. I mean, that's who I am, and I appreciate you saying kind words. But the rest of that, that's who I am. That's what I want. I don't care nothing about that flashy nonsense that creates all that noise around trading that makes everybody believe they're going to be rich in about a year, because that's about the most BS you're going to find on the internet. And I, to this day, do not understand how people can watch that stuff and actually believe it. Like, you know how many millions of people are in this world? Nobody would be working. Nobody. If it was that easy, everybody would be on a stream somewhere right now, locking in millions of dollars. It's just not that easy. Designer, if you want to learn system, what product have to purchase. Designer, are you did you join Discord? I think maybe you did from a name I seen over there. But if you did, go to the announcements channel in Discord, and there's a link in there, a solo link that will take you to everything. And I mean, the best combination is really the precision trading course and maybe the precision playbook combined together. Maybe is a good starting point. But I mean, it's all up to you. Just showing up on the streams may be enough. I don't know. You know, I'm not going to try to sell you my system by no means. If you really have questions about the system, if you're in the Discord, anybody's name in there that is blue is an elite member. There's even a section to the side in there on Discord of elite members that are live or on Discord. You know, message any of them. You know, uh, and if you have questions, ask them, because I'm not going to try to talk anything up or say anything like that. Let me know if you was here and caught that, designer in chat. Trying to keep up here. Albert says, what kind of drawdown do you have for your style? So the way I look at drawdown and R&R and all that other mess that people always talk about is when I do take trades, I try to take them based on I try to put my stops based on structure, but usually depending on my size, probably never more than 20 or 25 points away, because I'm willing to accept the loss. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'd rather be wrong. If I'm going to be wrong, I'd rather be wrong fast than later, or I'm sorry, sooner than later. You know, I don't want to. If a move is going to go against me, I want to lose 25 points. I don't want to set my stop at 50, because by the time it hits 50 and then keeps going to 75 or 100, well, I could have protected myself at 25 points. I try to base it around structure. Now, it depends on the trade, Albert, as far as drawdown. Honestly, I ain't trying to lose more than $250 on a trade that I'm in. But I've done it. I mean, I've blowed evals right here on stream more than once. But that's me, all my own fault, you know, trading too big, too much size, and being wrong and not stopping out. But each person, you know, has to have whatever their risk is, you know, they need to base it around what they like. I know when I was scalping, I was doing something completely different, you know. Melinda said, I don't even tell people that I trade. They don't understand the work it takes. They think it's yeah. Yeah, it's hard to talk about trading with anybody that's not like-minded about it, Melinda, that's for sure. That is for sure. Well, I don't really talk to a lot of people myself anyway anymore. And but when I do, I just tell them I'm trading. And some of them look at me cross-eyed, and others might ask a few questions, but I don't care what nobody else thinks. Nor have I ever really cared about what somebody else thought anyway about me. This is my life. I'm not living my life to make nobody happy other than my family. So people in the world we're living in are too caught up on I don't know what they're caught up on. Yeah, but I mean, it shouldn't matter if you're profitable or not. People in this world are good about looking down on other people. That's all that matters. You know, you need to be happy every day, wake up and be happy. And people don't like seeing other people succeed out here in this world. It's crazy. You ever see how people can be towards somebody with a little bit of success? That's part of why we're building the community the way we are, to to be uplifting, you know, not be tearing nobody down. Ain't nobody got time for that. You know, if somebody ends up getting in our chat room and starts acting crazy, don't worry. They're going to be gone just about as fast as they keep talking. We're not going to play that game over here in this room. I've been in too many chats where I see stuff like that happen. And that might be another reason why it pushed me the way I went, because I could never find anywhere, nothing I was wanted. You know, I wanted to be part of this community, or be part of this community. And you start getting all this craziness, and it's like nobody's doing nothing about it. Well, guess what? I know where the delete button is, and I will use it. Yeah, they do love when you're down. It's the craziest thing in the world. I just don't get it. Don't nobody want to be part of y'all's misery. We don't go on somewhere with that. We happy-go-lucky around here. We have patience and we have JOMO. Uh-oh, Lemon said 610, gonna go long. 610, gonna go long. Misery loves company. Let's look at 610. I see what you got going on there. I like that. That's not a bad idea there, Lemon. Not a bad idea at all. I don't know if I'll play it, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I will take a trade. Not a bad idea. I know you've probably been laughing at me all day, Melinda. I'm always JOMO and you've been trading all day. Combat, you locked in this, you locked in that, and I'm over here just JOMOing all the way through. Joy missing out. All right, so on a serious note, we do need to pay attention to that 610 level he just called, or they called out. Sorry, Lemon, I wasn't. The level they called out, 610. Because the 1, 2, and 5 minutes about to be just about as exhausted as it's going to get, maybe, on the momentum side, on the momentum indicator. So the 15 minutes getting there too. The 15 minutes almost there. Look how they're pushing this out of there. Do we have a trade setting up here, maybe? Looks like I'm going to have JOMO. I don't think I should jump in this just yet. Oh my gosh. Are you serious right now? What? I think I'm going to have JOMO. I think I'm going to sit this one out. I don't think I'm going to take a trade just yet. And bam. Huge green candle. It's enough of that. I'm not trading. I'm not doing it. Nope. I'll tell you what, this market today. Oh my goodness. What in the world? What was that? Like, what was that? Playing around. They're playing too much. There's Jeff. Yeah, it's definitely weird today. No doubt. No doubt. I don't know what they got going on either. Oh, you didn't take it, Lemon? Oh, canceled order. Can you believe 33, 34? It's been like this all week. Look at this. So, could size down and take a break structure here on the 1 minute and see if they're going to try to tag back up towards 700. Maybe I should just take one and see. See what they really got going on here. It is what is it? 2:41 market time. So we're not too far away from power hour. So let's see here. What did that do? About 624. 624. So they wanted to put in crazy little drive like that, and then they don't want no continuation, no follow through. At least not yet. I'd probably be willing to add to this if it pulls back some, but I'd prefer not to. So we'll see. I probably should put this back where I had it. It was right about there instead of going up, and take that base hit if they want to give it to me. They got room for it on the 2 and the 5 minute to extend up there. The 1 minute you can see is exhausted already a little bit, or getting there. They could drive it on up a little bit. They have room for it if that's what they want to do. They push enough, you know, get up in here, I'll put a stop in just at break even in case to protect myself. They need to get up around 680 first. I played around with Bookmap there for a little while. Lemon, sometime, I think it was last year, I was messing with Bookmap a little bit. And I think maybe it's one of them things that maybe I didn't give it enough time, you know, to learn and use properly, maybe, to be honest. And I don't think I'll ever go back. It was also, I don't know if it was something that fit me, you know, at the moment, was a good fit. But I mean, who knows? I can't say I would never go back. You know, it's just I had never went back and messed with it ever since I did last time. Do you like using Bookmap? We got about 27 likes on the stream. If we can get to 35, I'll give another copy of the mindset book out today to somebody in chat. Yeah, sometimes that's how things work. Sometimes. About anything I do anymore might be test something to see if like it adds confluence to what I'm already doing. If I don't think it really fits in with what I got going on, then I usually bypass it, you know. Usually bypass it. I'm going to close that out and take that loss right there where it's at. It's not going to come back. Don't look like. Not yet anyway. Coming up getting close to power hour though, so we'll wait and see if they have something better in store for us here. You know, that 15-minute 50 sitting down there around that 610 level as well. And the pre-market high added confluence on this area. So if it got there pretty quick, would be on the momentum side to oversold. I mean, yeah, oversold. On the 1, 2, and 5 should be if it comes down there. Just be a wait and see game right now. Wait and see. Honestly, coming up on power hour, you know, we got about 10 minutes. I would really prefer to see them manipulate this to the downside to this box that's been on the chart since this morning. Even if they came down here and swept this box a little bit and tagged that 30-minute 50 or something. They don't have to. Could possibly be right up here in this level. We'll see if power hour brings us anything as far as volatility. ATR is around 10. But I'm going to have to wait to see some expansion, you know, hopefully to the downside to get in for maybe a long that they're going to try to push up here at the end of the day and power hour. If not, I probably won't take anything else. I'll take my $57 loss like a champ. Take it like a champ. Excuse me. Last day of school here today, so now I'm going to have kids around the house all the time. The last hour of the New York, or the last hour of the open market day, so 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern. When they like to play a lot of games. A lot of times, it can be anywhere from 3 to 4, or say 3:30 to 4. A lot of times the last 15 minutes of the day, they like to throw in some things can get a little wild. But it's just what they call the last hour of the open market. Sometimes power hours when you see the finest manipulation of all, a lot of times. Designer, yeah. I mean, I cannot stand here nor confirm nor deny that you could make some money using my system, because you can hand a proven system, a very good system, you could just hand it to somebody and they could lose every day that they use it. I mean, every trader is different. You can't take a good system and put it inside undisciplined hands, or it always loses. So we talk about strategies and systems all the time on the stream, and a lot of people, when they are losing, they want to blame the system. But then if you switch to a different system and you're still losing, but somebody else is winning, so you move to another system and somebody's winning but you're losing, it don't become the system. So I'm not going to stand here and pretend like that. Plus, this is for educational purposes only. But I can tell you this, yeah, you might have seen some videos where I add to my position, and it might be something you don't do. And each trader is their own trader. I don't add to all my positions, but I will dollar cost average into a position if I find it worthy. I don't dollar cost average into a position, and I'll go over a prime example right now while we're live. So I was just in a trade. I had what, 1 micro? I was going to see if we was going to get the follow through on a break of structure here to the upside. It didn't. Instead, it gives me this candle right here. I stayed in it because this red candle was a retest of a structure break right there. So I stayed in it. We got this green candle. Then we got this red candle. As soon as that red candle got to the bottom of this green candle and looked like it was going to try to go back down, I cut my trade manually and got out. Now, with that said, say this was a different day, the market was trending different, and say that I was going to get in here. A lot of times, if I get in like that at the break, I will dollar cost average in at the retest and possibly even at the pivot. And until they invalidate my trade, which would be taking out this low of this wick or this R1 pivot, depending on, as a trader, which one you want to use, then I cut my trade manually. Other people, they go in the red or a trade goes against them. Just because I was in the red don't mean I was at a loss. I average into my trades with structure and confluence. I don't just start clicking the button to add to my position. That's how people blow up all the time. That's not what I do. And I teach to add it structure. I don't say, oh, it's going against you. What do I do now? Let me buy 10 more. Oh, it's even more. Let me buy 20 more. I don't do that. I get in a trade. If I do want a dollar cost average, I already have my trade plan put together. When I got in here, I knew that I would add at the retest if I needed to. But I didn't add. I wanted to see what it would do first. Yeah, no problem. That's why I'm here. Education only. I just don't want you to be watching something out there and think that there's no rhyme or reason behind what I do, if that makes sense. But those are also the kinds of things that are part of my system. I mean, it's what I do. It's what I teach, and it's not for everybody. I mean, I've done other strats that ain't for me. You know, you got to choose what's right for you and roll with it. You know, nothing wrong with that. Whatever is making you a profitable trader, that's what you keep doing, and don't listen to nobody else. There ain't no magic bullet out here. in trading, because if there was, everybody would be doing it and have plenty of money. Trading is one of the hardest things you're ever going to encounter, ever, mentally. That's funny. You green because you've been JOMO all day? Yeah, I pretty much have. I'm still a little bit red, but my feelings ain't hurt. Hey, Lemon, I don't know what is pyramiding. I've never even heard of that term. I don't think in trading. I'm assuming maybe that's about something to do with the shape on the chart or something. Yep, you sure can. It's all going to boil down to how tight your losses are. We had somebody before in chat who was running I want to say they said it was 80% win rate, yet they was at break even. Well, there's only one answer to that. That 20% loss must be pretty big if you're only at break even. So if your losses are outriding, if the size of your loss is outriding the size of your gain, it don't matter what kind of win rate you have. You can have a 99% win rate, but if your only 99% win rate is gaining you $5 every time you trade, and you take that 1%, it ain't going to take that long to eat you up. Oh yeah. Going in, I do it both ways. I ain't never heard it called pyramid, no. But yeah, I'll add on a winning trade. You know, if we get in, we do it plenty of times. If we get into a bull trend and it's one of them buy the dip days and you get a good entry, every time it pulls back, add one, add one, add one. I'll tell you who's real good at that is my wife, Special K. She's in chat. She for 2 or 3 days in a row, like a week, about 2 weeks ago, she was doing that. And I don't know how, but she was locking in the gains like no other. Yeah, that makes sense. Lemon. I like it once it goes far enough my way. I prefer to be able to add it, like take a better size position up front though. Say if we're trading the micros, I would rather like be in at the front with 5 wherever my entry is, and then add 1 along the way. Yeah, I recognize that name. Yep. It's definitely a good way to trade is adding to the winners. And not every trade, a lot of people want dollar cost average into one going against them. And I think it's because there's so many opinions out there about it, but I'm a firm believer to stick to the way I trade it. If I want to add based on structure because it fits in my risk, then I'm going to take it. But not all trades should be dollar cost average, and some of them you need to cut and take the loss. The problem with it is people, I don't think, can comprehend and wrap their mind around how to do it the better way, and that is using structure and knowing when to invalidate your trade and take the loss. All right, we just entered power hour. right out of the gate, they threw in a little bit of craziness there, but what are they going to do with it? Run it up or pull it back? Pull it back, pull it back. I'll tell you, if we get a decent pullback, oh man, give it to us. I don't know that we'll get it, but look at some structure over there. Oh, what about that? Oh, here it is. Come on down here. Don't be scared. Come on down here. That could be it, but I'd want to see more down here. We talked about that area right there. Have to be careful here, though. This is Friday. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that, Lemon. Yeah, and see that's one of the things different. That's a hard thing to do anyway on minis. Trying to add to a trade if it goes against you, you got to be a lot more strict with the risk, you know, and just cut the loss if it's is what it is. Micros can be a little different. All right, what are they gonna do here? They're gonna try to push out of that level. I see more downside. I want to see more downside. I want to see complete exhaustion to the downside. I don't want it to bounce here. Melinda, you got hit with that? Got most back though. We should see complete exhaustion if they can throw in some more manipulation down into this zone here. But who knows, they might build it out of here. No. It ain't completely exhausted, Melinda, but I want to see it completely exhausted as well on the 1, 2, and 5 together. But complete exhaustion for a push down that I'm looking for in a manipulation would push this under the green line. I mean, it is exhausted being down here, but not complete exhaustion. Special K posted in the P&L. Locked in some more 193, 334, and 412 in the Discord P&L. Good job, Special K. FP said you mentioned DCA. How do you manage it with such tight 2K risk props give? Well, I don't get anywhere near that kind of loss before cutting. And when we're trading micros, you know, I mean, I don't, and we got 2,500 we're bulling on, so. All right, here we go. Let's see what they can give us here. Keep pushing, keep pushing. They might even get through that zone and maybe try to tag at 30-minute 50 down there. Come on. Show us what you got. Ooh, they could possibly try this 553 level right here. Previous day high. That could be on the table for that'd be a structure move on the 15-minute. But FP, we're trading. It's not like we're trading huge. You know, I'm not putting up 2K worth of risk when I trade. Oh man, is this going to be a level or is it still manipulation? I don't usually take I don't have a set number of trades I take a day, nor do I have a daily goal like set in stone. Like if I don't make any money today, that's fine. I don't have to trade today if there's nothing that I'm willing to trade. It's like we discussed earlier. Last week, one day I streamed for almost 6 hours and I didn't take a trade all day. It's got to be, you got to plan your trade and trade your plan, you know? I'm not going to focus so much on putting stipulations on I need to hit this amount of money today or I'm going to take this many trades as it is. I look for A+ trades and be ready to pull the trigger if they're going to hit. But I mean, to say how if you do reach your daily goal, if only trading micros. Yesterday, I took a trade going into power hour that came to my zone. I said, if it comes to 300, I'm taking that long because it was manipulation down to that area. I took 5 micros long and I locked in just over $1,000. I think that's pretty decent for trading micros. Myself, I don't even try to get it like that, but it just happened. I made just over 100 plus points on the trade. I took 4 off at 100 points and I let one run like another 20 points. You can go back and see it on yesterday's stream. Last night's short was even about that. It's in the title about catching the 100-point pullback at power hour. Swing short. They're holding price here. They might try to build out of this, you know, and drive this up if they're not going to manipulate it down any further. It is also Friday, so I'll be fine taking my $57 loss on this funded account before risking anything else today. Did any of that make sense, FP? Yeah, that's even worse right there, Melinda, isn't it? Friday before holiday weekend. It just ain't that serious. We definitely been waiting around all day for some manipulation like this, and ain't no reason on me trying to force it if it don't look like it's going to hit right, you know? Not trying to force any trades. Also not trying to get stuck on the wrong side either. No, I'm not really looking for big runners. Big runners FP. I mean, I'll take anything, you know. I mean, there's plenty of trades I end up getting into where I might only lock in 20 or 30 points, but it's all about the entry, you know, and having a reason to get into that entry. Not just getting in one and hoping, you know. I need to have some kind of confluence, some reasoning behind the trade plan on why I'm going to enter where I enter, and then how I'm going to manage that trade once I'm in it and where I'm going to put my stop or take my profit at. I do like to find anything that might run 50 points or better. Yes, don't get me wrong. No, I'm not looking for 100-point moves every day, though. Depending on what somebody sets as their goals and their benchmarks or whatever, I mean, somebody can easily trade micros and hit certain goals and compound that instead of trying to hit lottery numbers every day. I base all my stuff by structure. And so if I get into a trade, I scale out of structure. So if I take 5, I'm going to start scaling out as it's going my way. And then once you're in the green and scaled out of some, you just let the others run. Let's say you leave one on there as a runner, you let it run, and then you adjust your stop by structure to give it room to breathe. I think everybody should always take profit on the way up or on the way down, whichever way they're trading, and take it based on structure, or maybe somebody uses fibs or maybe pivots. You know, it don't necessarily have to be structure, but say we come down inside an imbalance zone. That's what this is down here. Well, we know there's a good chance they might only fill half of that imbalance, so you might sell one off in the middle, you know, so on and so on. And then you got the confluence things. There's a previous day high line. Well, they could bounce there. Maybe I should take profit there on one. Or maybe you had a runner left and say, well, if you have a runner left, you got to think, well, where is the most obvious place that they might reject or bounce? And then I got my momentum indicator telling me when it's oversold or overbought. So if it's going down and it looks like it's ready to bounce, say at that level, I know to take my last profit there. Because the best longs that you're ever going to get in for the best profit, everything on your chart is going to scream out loud, don't do it, don't do it, it's bearish, bearish, don't do it. Any trader that's been around long enough will tell you the exact same thing. The best longs that you'll ever see are the ones that are screaming, don't do it. Everything is screaming bearish. But if it gets down here to the bottom of this box, or possibly this 30-minute 50, it's not going to go down forever without getting a relief bounce. And once momentum gets exhausted to the downside and it hits, you know, some kind of confluence level, I'm not saying it'll bounce here, but there's a high probability chance that if we're exhausted at the 30-minute 50 EMA, it's probably going to bounce. That don't mean it won't. It could only bounce 15 or 20 points. It might bounce 100 and then drop another 100. I don't know. Just understanding the flow of whatever, everything going on. And I'm not saying I'm going to take a long. You're right. Everything's screaming bearish. I didn't say I was going to take a long, but I'm looking for a long. Because the recipe for some of the best ones is setting up right now in Power Hour. And Power Hour is usually when you find them. They manipulate the price back down, and then before the bell rings, we got 45 minutes, they will run this all the way back to $700 or better. Happens all the time. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but if you watch the charts enough, you'll realize that they do that all the time. Pull it back in Power Hour, and it could be the last 10 minutes or 5 minutes before the bell, and all of a sudden, huge green candle, one after another, candle over candle. And you're like, where'd that come from? A lot of people should probably stay away from Power Hour because it's so manipulative. And maybe even size down, you know. Appreciate it, Melinda. You have a great rest of your day, a great weekend. Appreciate you showing up for the support day in and day out. So like right now, the momentum on the 1, 2, and 5 minute chart is getting to be pretty exhausted. I mean, it could maybe go down some more. They could actually put it oversold and ride it down there for hours at a time if that's what they want to do. It's just not what they normally do. I mean, the 15 minutes even getting to be exhausted on the momentum indicator. But all your other higher time frames, like the 30-minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, they have room to go down. But when it gets exhausted on the lower time frames, they can bounce it, which brings the momentum indicators back up on the lower time frames, and then they reject again. And it keeps doing that until they're all in line even with the higher time frames, and then you'll find a bigger sell-off. I know it's just a lot of reps, watching them charts, reading everything, and trying to understand it all come together as one piece. Oh, FP, I look at everything from, I only execute on the 1 minute chart, the one that you see. But I look at the two, I look at the 1, the 2, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, the 30 minute, the 1 hour, the 2 hour, the 4 hour, the 8 hour, the daily, and the weekly and monthly. During the day, all day long, I look at all of those except for usually the 8 hour daily and weekly and monthly. Usually I only go up to the 4 hour when we're intraday trading, you know, but I do look at the risk. Did they find their spot? You see they wick down into that imbalance. Didn't I just say something about them coming down here and hitting halfway in this box? Now, see, what are they going to do if they turn around out of here? I would prefer to see them come down to the 30-minute 50 or the previous day high. But they might not. They're going to probably bounce it somewhere here. I only have my computer, and then I have 2 separate monitors, but one of my monitors has trading view on it. I'll just pull it over. It ain't that serious. Look. So I'm looking at the 1, 2, and 15s on here, and I switch this third one out to whatever I want to look at on all these other time frames. Constantly throughout the day, I'm switching that back and forth, you know. And then I leave the 1 and 2 alone all the time, but I switch this one through all the higher time frames on that side. Because I'm only looking for some particular things, and I got other drawings marked up on that end chart there that I need to pay attention to on the higher time frames. I don't have anything special or elaborate. More screens don't really mean anything, but you need to have enough to. I know some people that got some like wow systems. To me, I'm like wow, but I still don't understand why there's so many. Plus, I'm only looking at one thing. You see, I got MNQ and NQ spread apart. It's the only instrument that I'm watching, so I could see we're maybe needing a lot more screens if you're you know, doing multiple things. Like I used to do stocks and options. So if people are doing stocks, options, and futures as well, and maybe some other things, I could see how maybe they'd have everything set up and split up a little differently there. That would make sense to me. But for me, just looking at this one instrument day in and day out, which is another reason why I moved over to futures anyway. Well, that's one reason. Also moved over to futures because it's better tax situation when it comes tax time. So and it was less noise, you know, just less noise. You get to watch one thing. It gets taxed differently, so it's better. All right. Looks like I see. And a lot of times you come up on some of these levels that you're looking at. Like I've been looking at this level all day. This box has been on my screen all day. And now here it is. It's here. I'm not too sure I'm feeling it. I had to wait and see because now I kind of feel like, you know, Maybe they want to come on down, like I said. Maybe they want to tap this previous day higher, this 30-minute 50. Surely they're not going to try to manipulate it down into there, but can't really say that they won't. As far as I know, they did, because it worked out pretty good when I did my taxes, Jeff. I mean, it's about the instrument you're trading. It don't matter who you're trading it with or whose capital you're using. The fact is that is what you're trading. Well, yeah, I know it is, because when I took that stuff, printed that stuff off, it even says it on the thing about the long, because I consider them like long-term holding or whatever. You got your short-term and your long-term, and they tax. There's, what is it? 40% of it is long-term, I think it was. So it's not near as bad. And it's really different for me, because when I was in options, I traded a lot of 0 DTE, SPX, and SPY options. I don't know if they're going to try to bounce it up here or not. Coming up on 330. We'll see. And that's why we wait to see how they're going to react to each one of these levels. That way we don't get caught up on the wrong side. Hadn't seen no real momentum come in to try to make no push, you know, so no reason to react. Like I said, I'd rather take my $57 in the red here and end my day than to try to get on the wrong side of something. And this could be the day when they don't even drive it back up in power hour. I don't know. I seriously doubt that they're not. Here's the thing, they might not, because they still have one whole hour after the bell to do so. And if they don't do it in power hour, a lot of times from 4 or 4:05 to 4:30, they'll run it up. Or they'll drain it off some more, and then from 4:30 to 5, they'll run it back up. It's like the manipulation just continues on. Special K posted in the P&L. Ain't nobody else posted in the P&L yet. I appreciate all them questions though, FP. ATR sitting, and see, that's another thing. The ATR is still under 10 right now. I mean, they do their manipulation at best when the ATR is low like that, or when it's super high. This 553 level is looking better and better to me all the time though, where its previous day high is. And then you have that 30-minute 50 under at 544. It's almost making me think that I might have to try to long out of this area if they come tag it. If they tag it and react to it anyway, not just because they tag it. I want to see them tag it. I want to see them react in a way that they want to drive it back up. Even the 15-minute is about exhausted on the momentum side. Wow, Albert said he used the 10-second chart. Oh, wait. I've looked at some of those second charts before. In the past, I think I messed around with a 15-second one day. I was trading on that. I was like, nah. I didn't even use those when I was scalping a lot. Was there maybe a 15, was there a 45? Maybe I did for a while, but I ended up going back to the 1 minute, I think, scalping. Previous day high, 553, 30-minute 50, tagging it. Man, they might throw in a bigger candle the downside here. Maybe this 15-minute imbalance, surely they're not going to manipulate it like that. Because really what you want to see is them push out of this level right here, push hard out of here and go back green. And since they're not, it looks like they're going to throw in a hard candle the downside, maybe. About 13 seconds on this candle. We'll see. They aren't reacting out of that area the way they should be if they want to push it back up, though. But they could open the next candle and sling it up. So we'll see. Why you have to wait? You know, wait and see. All right, so that's the level they bounced out of this morning with that good run. What if they tried to manipulate down to there? Just under 500. With about 30 minutes left for the bell. And this was the area we was talking about was the line in the sand this morning. If they decide to pull it back at market open, you know, they needed to hold that level. I'm really shocked they're still holding price right there at that level. It don't look like nobody wants to step in there. They would already did it. Oh, look at that. Could be a fake out though. That could be the start of something, or it could be a fake out. They are definitely exhausted. They're ready to bounce across about 4 different time frames there. Wow, though that 15-minute chart looks nasty. Looking at that 15-minute chart, there's a possibility that they tried to bounce this up to say 588 or something, but then reject. It's a Friday. They done too much downside here without anything, draining this off the way they did today, all slow. I don't even think it's worth it probably to even try to trade it. And the ATR is just it's around 15 now, but there's too many what ifs right now around this. It could go up a little bit, but then it could reject. You know, it could just be a small bounce here for another massive leg down. So I'm going to take my loss there on that account for the day. I'm going to end the stream here and start my weekend. I appreciate everybody who showed up and showed out with us all week and on today's episode. And I hope to see a lot of y'all back in on the stream. Monday morning, I'll probably stream as of now, at least until the market closes at 1 o'clock market time. And then we'll continue on all next week. Hope everybody has a great weekend, great holiday weekend, or whatever you're doing. And we'll see you next week. Yeah, swing it. Market's open till 1 o'clock market time. So I'll leave it on that note, and see everybody next week. Have a great weekend.